What do this sea turtle, this rhino, and this pelican all have in common? Stick around and you'll find out. Hi, I'm Julie Scardina, and this is Nikki and Nellie, two rescued dogs, one from Nashville and one from Hurricane Katrina. And they both have found loving adoptive homes in Florida. You know, when we think of rescued animals, we often think of domesticated animals, like dogs and cats. But wild animals need our help too. Whether searching for food, fending off predators, defending their territory, battling viruses and diseases, or simply enduring weather, daily life can be a challenge. And then you throw in human impacts like pollution and habitat destruction, and it can go from challenging to life-threatening. Thankfully, though, there are dedicated individuals, organizations, and companies which are committed to helping save wildlife and their habitats. And here are just a few of their amazing stories in this episode of Saving a Species, Animals in Peril. Sea turtles have been swimming in the oceans for more than 245 million years. One of only 4 reptiles that live in saltwater, sea turtles used to number in the millions. But today, they're in trouble and face an uncertain future. But first, what do you know about sea turtles? Not much? Well, you're not alone. Even scientists don't know that much about them. And that's because sea turtles spend about 98% of their lives in the water, where we can't see what they're doing. As soon as sea turtles hatch, they scramble to the water and disappear. Under normal circumstances, no one will see them again until many years later. And then it's only the females when they return to the beach to nest. The only other time we see them is when they come ashore injured, ill, or accidentally caught in fishing gear. In fact, although scientists have studied nesting females for many years, most of what we know about sea turtles comes from caring for those that have been rescued. Statistically, fewer than 1 out of 1,000 sea turtle eggs laid actually make it to adulthood, where they are then susceptible to a number of illnesses and injuries. These can be caused by red tides and ocean disturbances, predators, pollution, fishing gear, and other hazards. But if they're lucky enough to reach shore, the turtles have a chance of being rescued and cared for by highly skilled animal care experts and veterinarians, like those at SeaWorld in Orlando, Florida. And that brings us to an amazing story of a loggerhead sea turtle that was brought to SeaWorld after being found in distress at the Port St. Lucie power plant in February of 2005. Because of his appearance, they called him Grandpa, and the name stuck. He looks pretty healthy now, but not that long ago, there wasn't a lot of hope for his survival. When Grandpa was brought to SeaWorld, he was missing his entire lower mandible, or jaw, likely the victim of a run-in with a human. That meant he was unable to eat, which would have meant certain death out in the wild. Aquarist Jenny Albert was on duty when the turtle arrived.
He looked like kind of the typical subadult loggerhead that was very malnourished, quite a few bit of barnacles on top, and all of a sudden he lifted his head to breathe and we noticed he's missing his entire lower jaw. From that point on, we knew that he was one of our most special turtles that we would have to rehabilitate. Immediately the wheels were turning with everybody on how to fit this turtle's needs into our daily routine.
Grandpa's injuries were a first for the experienced rehabilitation team at SeaWorld. This group has worked with injured and ill sea turtles for more than 25 years.
A lot of the injuries we see here are boat-related, boat hits, fishing hook ingestion, a lot of times foreign object ingestion. This turtle presented with the same symptoms of being malnourished, but he wanted to eat. He was starving. He was ravenous when he got here. He wanted to eat, but couldn't.
Dr. Mike Walsh was the lead veterinarian for Grandpa's medical care.
In the time that I've been dealing with sea turtles over the last 2 decades, I've never seen an injury quite like this. To actually lose the ability to feed yourself is different from anything else we've dealt with.
The first order of business was getting food into the malnourished reptile, and that was easier said than done.
He rejected everything we tried. He fought us tooth and nail during the tube feedings. They're strong animals to begin with, so it took quite a few staff members to hold him down in a safe way that we can access his mouth and his throat. So it was quite challenging for us.
But once the turtle realized that he was actually getting food, he quit fighting, and Jenny and her team were able to start working to feed the turtle by hand.
But what Jenny had to do was take enough time to gain his trust and say, this is how you're going to get your food. I can put it in a position where you can grab it and actually suck it down. And eventually the hope was that he would be able to get it off the bottom on his own.
Although Grandpa will never be able to be released into the wild again, his rehabilitation is almost complete.
He's doing wonderful. When he was able to eat the food off the bottom for the first time in here, I think everybody heard me, and I was so excited that he could do that. But he can eat by himself now and catch fish through the mid-water column and off the ground. So he's doing great.
That, to me, was tremendous. We actually were able to take an animal that had no chance of survival in the wild and give him another plus in life.
What an amazing story of survival. But it sure would be better to prevent this type of injury from happening again. And that's the goal of a World Wildlife Fund project supported by the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund. Every year, hundreds of thousands of sea turtles are accidentally caught by commercial fishermen. A key challenge in the conservation of these animals is their wide-ranging and highly migratory nature. This poses an international challenge requiring an international response. Some scientists warn that these giant turtles could face extinction in the next few decades unless dramatic conservation action occurs. But World Wildlife Fund is working to change that. Kim Davis is the fund's Deputy Director of Fisheries Programs.
Scientists estimate that more than 250,000 sea turtles, just leatherbacks and loggerheads, just those 2 species alone, are caught each year as fisheries bycatch. And many of these turtles are taken in the course of longline fishing, fishing with long horizontal lines, small vertical lines off of them, and hooks at the bottom. The hooks that are normally used for longline fishing, or that are often used, are shaped like J's. Many sea turtles are snagged and caught on these J-shaped hooks. It turns out that if we use hooks that are shaped like circles instead, many fewer sea turtles will be caught. It's a simple, powerful change. The SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund has made this possible. They have helped us send people to the ports, to fishing villages, to spend time talking with fishermen about how we can work together. So the fishermen understand that we're looking for solutions that work for them, that work for the turtles, that work for all of us.
Now that's conservation at work. But conservation depends on all of us doing what we can to help. So what can you do to help sea turtles survive? Actually, there are a number of things. From supporting organizations that protect sea turtles and their habitats, to reducing the trash that makes its way to the ocean. Plastic bags are often mistaken for jellyfish, a favorite prey animal of some sea turtles. And once ingested, an everyday plastic bag like this can prove fatal. You can help protect sea turtles and other ocean animals by picking up trash. Sometimes it can be that simple. Effective conservation is a big job, but preserving turtles and their habitat is worth the work. Other threats to the survival of sea turtles are the increasing scarcity of safe nesting beaches, as well as the widespread poaching of turtle eggs. In 2004, a remote beach in Costa Rica, Playa Junquial, experienced an egg poaching rate of 100%. It was a critical nesting site for endangered leatherback sea turtles, and this beach captured the attention of scientists and conservationists seeking its protection. Historically, local teenagers would poach the eggs as income for their families. The SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund supported a conservation education program targeting these teenagers and their families, encouraging alternative income generated from ecotourism. As a result of this program, the poaching rate at Playa Junquial was reduced to 0% in 2005. Not a single egg was poached. Today, these one-time poachers are now naturalists and interpreters, sharing the story of this incredible species with visiting tourists and the greater Costa Rican community. All over the world, people are working to save species and habitats. From grassroots groups to large conservation organizations, dedicated people are committed to understanding and preserving the biodiversity of our planet. Without this type of support, many of these projects would disappear, and with them, the animals and environments they are working to protect. That's why the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund provides so much needed support to such a diverse group of projects, both here in the U.S. and around the world. Partnerships with other organizations keep conservation work alive, and many times those partners are zoos that are at the forefront of saving species. And it was their work to save rhinos that brought Busch Gardens Tampa Bay together with the World Wildlife Fund and International Rhino Foundation. Rhinoceroses are one of the most endangered species in the world today. For millions of years, they were abundant. But just since 1970, the world's population of rhinos has declined by 90%, making all 5 remaining species in danger of extinction. World Wildlife Fund's chief scientist, Eric Dinnerstein, has studied rhinos for decades.
Rhinos weren't always rare. In fact, rhinos are an example of probably one of the most successful groups of mammals that ever lived on the planet. But what we have today is just a depauperate group that's left. We have 5 species, 2 in Africa and 3 in Asia.
The zoological staff at Busch Gardens Tampa Bay has cared for black rhinos for more than 35 years. During that time, they have added significantly to our understanding of the rhino's dietary needs, social behavior, and reproductive physiology. And their success in breeding has been proven by the 8 healthy black rhino calves born at the park. Most people aren't aware that more than 80% of all mammals in zoos have been bred and born in zoos, in carefully managed programs that protect genetic diversity and the health of the animals. Occasionally, though, animals are brought to zoological facilities from the wild for a variety of conservation reasons. Sometimes animals are moved to avoid overcrowding in the limited wild habitat remaining. Or sometimes they are moved to establish healthy conservation populations in other parts of the world. These types of measures have helped save some entire species. As successful as Busch Gardens has been breeding black rhinos, there was a little bit of a glitch with breeding the white rhinos. The problem? 2 males and no females. So zoo officials turned to the International Rhino Foundation for help. The foundation coordinates the placements of white rhinos all over the world, including animals that can be moved from the wild. After a stringent review, the foundation matched Busch Gardens with Kruger National Park in South Africa. Kruger National Park has an extraordinary white rhino conservation program. In fact, it's been so successful that they're able to relocate a number of white rhinos each year for conservation purposes. And 3 were identified for relocation to Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. So lead keeper Jason Green and veterinarian Dr. Mike Burton headed off to Africa to be introduced to the rhinos and to escort them back to their new home.
Welcome in South Africa. I suppose it's your first trip down there.
Yeah.
I think the main thing you're here for is the rhinos. Let's go and have a look at them.
Excellent.
You guys, you like it?
As soon as we arrive at Kruger, we go to meet Johan Milan and see the rhinos we'll be taking back. Johan is one of the vet techs that works on the capture team, and it's his job to care for the rhinos, make sure they're healthy and prepared for the move. The rhinos that are brought here are chosen after a lengthy process. First, park rangers determine if any rhino group is too densely populated. If it is, then they determine which of those rhinos need to be moved. The next step is to decide whether it will be a translocation to another wildlife area or a relocation to a zoological facility. If it's a relocation, then the animals come here to be prepared for the transport. Over a period of months, the rhinos are moved along through a series of enclosures called bomas, where they are gradually acclimated to unfamiliar noises, vehicle traffic, and contact with humans. Animal health and safety is a #1 priority here, and everything is done to ensure that the animals are adapting well to the changes.
And if they don't seem to be adapting, you just turn back out?
We just take them straight away to where we've captured them. So they know the area, they know where's the water and everything.
The last step in the acclimation process is to move shipping crates into the enclosures with the animals. From this point on, the rhinos are fed in the crates, which makes them become just another non-threatening part of the rhino's environment. Our last day at Kruger starts early because there are several other rhinos to be loaded for transport in addition to our 3. By 6 a.m., people are hustling everywhere, and soon everything is underway. After months of work to prepare the rhinos for the trip, the loading process moves really smoothly. Since there is a lot of activity and extra people associated with the move, each rhino is darted with a mild sedative that relaxes it and keeps it calm. Next, Johan and his crew lure the rhino into the crate with a rice bag on a stick. And after the rhino is in the crate, the crew puts in the rear bars of the crate to secure the animal inside. Last, the outer doors of the crate go on, and it's lifted by a crane and set onto the flatbed semi that will transport the rhinos to the airport. I'm really impressed at how quickly and efficiently the rhinos are loaded. By 10 o'clock, we're ready to head for the airport at Johannesburg, and before long, these guys will be in their new home. I'm really proud to be part of a conservation effort that's making such a difference for an endangered species. I really feel like I'm part of something that's going to last for a long time, kind of a legacy for the rhinos. What an experience that trip was. But the best part of all is how well they've done since they've been here at Busch Gardens. They live on our huge Serengeti plain with our 2 other rhinos, and since then, we've even had 2 calves. I really feel we're making a difference.
Zoos offer many resources for preserving species, and our ability to collect data on the animals in our care can help those who care for and maintain wild populations too. We firmly believe that knowledge is the key to conservation success, because the more we know about these guys, the smarter we can work for them. Here's another simple solution to a potential life-threatening situation. The Florida manatee is one of the most endangered marine mammals in the United States, and entanglement is a small but significant cause of injury and death to these gentle mammals. Senior biologist Dr. Ann Bowles of Hub SeaWorld Research Institute may have found a solution.
Manatees are specialized for the sense of touch, so in order for them to understand what something is, they have to touch it, go up to it. They become entangled when they find something unusual in their environment, the crab pot plus the line plus the float on the surface, and they begin to manipulate it as they explore it. It becomes wrapped around their pectoral flippers or their body and tightens so they can't get out.
Preventing these entanglements became a priority for Dr. Bowles and the Hub's SeaWorld Research Institute.
We need to find something that the fishermen would be able to use. So what we are now working with is called calf rope. It's used in rodeos, but it's made out of stiff nylon, and it's designed to hold a struggling animal without tightening on it. What we've done is to create a line that is safe for them to manipulate. They can touch it as much as they want. Even if it circles around them, they'll be able to slide right out of it. So we've made it safe.
Drought, flooding, hurricanes, fires, diseases, these are all natural events that we can't control. But even though we can't prevent these things from happening, we know we can make a difference in the course of what happens afterwards, at least in the lives of animals that are injured, ill, or displaced from their homes. Hurricanes are powerful storms that wreak havoc in their paths, often destroying homes, businesses, and lives. These storms also destroy animal habitats and occasionally aquariums or zoos in the path of the storm, leaving animals stranded and sometimes injured. And that's when zoos and aquariums can come to the rescue. From doing things like sending veterinarians and supplies to the affected areas, to rescuing displaced or injured animals and providing temporary housing, help takes many forms. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service biologist Nicole Adame knows the agency can always rely on SeaWorld and Busch Gardens for help.
We work with SeaWorld as a partner in our rehabilitation program and our rescue program, and we would call them when there's an injured or distressed animal, and they would go out and assess the situation, determine the best course of action for that animal. So we rely on them to be our eyes and our ears out in the field and to make the best judgment, the best decision for those animals.
Disasters notwithstanding, more often it's a subtle natural event that causes a perplexing problem, as was the case for these endangered brown pelicans. The Salton Sea in Southern California is an important stop for migratory birds on the Pacific Flyway. With only 5% of wetlands remaining in the area, more than 400 species of birds come to the sea and its marshes. However, since 1976, some of the endangered brown pelicans that stop here have contracted avian botulism, a debilitating disease that causes muscle paralysis and, without treatment, certain death. Scientists believe the birds get the botulism from tilapia, one of the fish in the Salton Sea. SeaWorld San Diego is one of several rescue facilities for the sick pelicans. And over the years, a medical protocol has been established for this problem, so veterinarians and aviculturists can quickly begin treatment.
The disease botulism causes muscle paralysis. Not every bird has the same problems. Some are so severely affected they can't hold their head up, they can't blink, they can't even move their wings. What's critical in therapy for botulism is to act very quickly.
Rehabilitation usually takes several weeks, but soon the pelicans are healthy enough to go back to the wild.
Okay, let's do it. Let him go.
Every year, SeaWorld treats an average of 75 endangered brown pelicans that have fallen ill at the Salton Sea. And we'll be ready to help next year, and the year after that, and every year the birds need our help. Unfortunately, natural events will continue to adversely affect wildlife. But with enough people willing to work to repair the damage, injured, ill, or stranded animals will continue to have hope after the disaster strikes. You may be wondering how a simple tool like a computer can actually help save wildlife. Well, a group of students from both the U.S. and Africa definitely showed us how. The bushmeat trade in Africa kills thousands of forest animals every year. To increase awareness of this wildlife crisis, Cameroon's Limbe Wildlife Center used the internet to link students there with students at Busch Gardens Adventure Camp. Through this cyberspace connection, Patrick Waitman and other students learn how worldwide conservation can help.
killing populations of endangered animals just so that they can survive, because they need to provide for them. They're themselves not thinking about the big picture, and it's education that can help fix that.
And can communication, education, and conservation really make a difference?
It can, if there's enough involvement, enough enthusiasm from people willing to help, and they're willing to participate. We can maybe help figure out ways to cut back on bushmeat. Just a little bit of ingenuity, a little help from outside sources, just to show them different ways of obtaining food.
Over the past 30 years, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have rescued more than 14,000 animals, from ill or injured manatees like these guys to a stranded infant gray whale. Every new challenge we face brings opportunities for new research and new knowledge that oftentimes makes the next rescue and rehabilitation easier. One of our partners in our quest for knowledge is the Hub SeaWorld Research Institute, an internationally renowned facility dedicated to learning about and preserving the world's oceans. Hub SeaWorld Research Institute has spent decades devoted to research and scientific discovery about the ocean and its inhabitants. Researchers employ many techniques to learn more, but much of their research on animals has been conducted on marine species during their rehabilitation after rescue. And while the information collected has been valuable in understanding more about every species studied, little is known about how, or even if, the time spent in rehabilitative care affects the animals once they are returned to the wild. And that's just what Dr. Brent Stewart, Senior Research Biologist at the Institute, hopes to change with satellite tracking.
The tracking information is really important because it gives us information about what the animals do naturally after they're reacquainted with the marine environment. The first step is how well they do once they're released. Do they survive? How long do they survive? And then where do they go? And how well do they integrate back into the environment that they had been living in?
The insights gained by tracking animals after release may help improve techniques, both in rescue and rehabilitation, so that every animal has an even better chance of survival.
It's encouraging. The animals seem to be able to re-enter the marine environment and do what they should be doing to survive.
From rescue and rehabilitation, to breeding of endangered species, to studying species and habitat, we're committed to making the world a better, safer place for all wildlife. But we can save species, and we can save habitat, and we can make a difference. One animal, one habitat, one day at a time. Whether we're helping wild animals or dogs like Nikki and Nellie, it's certainly worth it. For the future, for the animals, and for the planet. On behalf of SeaWorld and Busch Gardens, thanks for watching this episode of Saving a Species.
I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told.
The animals featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund,
a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to habitat protection, wildlife research, animal rescue, and conservation education. Your support for the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Let's face it, without brains, our bodies wouldn't know what to do. And more than ever, we let technology do the thinking for us.
Please drive to highlighted route.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I would do without modern technology. But without me, would a machine be just a hunk of metal? Or are brains, bodies, and machines inextricably linked? I'm Jennifer Pulley.
And I'm Johnny Alonso. In this episode of NASA 360, we're going to explore the connection between the body, the mind, and machine. From tools we'll use for future space travel, built to think like us, and even look like us.
Two very real applications we need right now, right here on Earth. But first, mind and machine merge in the virtual reality of the International Space Station.
Can you imagine what it'd be like doing a spacewalk? I mean, what goes on through your mind the second you dip out of the craft into the vastness of space? Awe, fear, total amazement? Yeah, definitely all of the above. But how do astronauts prepare for such an experience like that? Follow me. Well, for one thing, they swap stories. But they also pay a visit to this guy, Dave Homan, here at the Virtual Reality Lab at Johnson Space Center. How are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good to see you.
Glad to see you.
So, astronauts do some training here, right?
They do their training here. This is a virtual reality facility. We can assemble the actual space station orbiter configuration as it would actually be in space.
Can we give it a test, man?
Sure thing.
Let's go.
Right in there.
Right on. Yeah, that's gonna be me, right? I wish it was in basic black. I'm still gonna throw up.
We just shampooed the carpets last night. This is essentially where the astronauts come to work their protocol and procedures with between EVA crew members and robotic arm operators, so that it becomes like second nature to them. This is a place where they can actually work out those protocols on the ground before they get into space, and so that it's familiar to them, and it's not a surprise when they get on orbit.
You know, I can totally see how this would help astronauts. Thanks, Dave.
Sure thing. You ready to get out?
Absolutely. Okay. Look, whether you're aware of it or not, our brain is constantly responding to stimulus. I mean, thanks to our various senses, like our eyes, our ears. You get the picture. But when that stimulus is coming from a machine, does our brain respond the same way? Well, my good friend Jennifer Pulley at NASA Langley Research Center is taking a closer look at planes and pilots. See how they work together. Take flight.
One of the finest examples in history of how humans have used their minds to build machines to take their body places is aviation. Now, the technology aboard planes has come a long way, of course. Cockpits are digital, and they're more automated than ever. But is it possible to have too much of a good thing? Let's find out. This is a 757 cockpit. You have all the head-down information you would typically have. We have something here called a head-up display that I'm going to show you if you'd like. If you'd like to fly, I can show you a new technology we've been working on. Would I like to fly? Would I like to fly? Yes! Stir clutch? Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and put the sim into operate. You know, this reminds me of like driving a car. You know, same deal. You've got your speedometer at the outside, but I don't have all these instruments on my car. How do pilots not get overwhelmed and take all this in? That is a great question. The testing we do in here is we're looking at the best way to present information to a pilot. We want to do that so he maintains his situational awareness, so you remember there's a mountain out there. You remember which runway you're landing on. 16 right at Reno, not 16 left. And by doing that, we want to increase their situational awareness, but we also want to make sure their mental workload doesn't get so out of hand that it's overwhelming to fly. So what I hear you saying is you're looking at sort of a combination between protocol, aesthetics, what you see, and psychology. That's exactly right. We're looking at how humans best deal with information, how to best present that to them, and where to put it, and it's everything from visual to controls. Sounds like it's never a dull moment for the pilot. Probably not, but you know what? On a long flight, like a long en route flight from, say, Paris to New York, at nighttime, when you really probably want to be sleeping, pilots, they keep all the information there, but they could become complacent. Not bored or anything like that, but there's technologies that you can look at. In fact, Dr. Alan Pope here at NASA Langley has been looking at brainwave technology in simulators to
be able to determine when a pilot might be becoming complacent.
Linda, I will be sure to talk to him. Thank you so much for your time.
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming.
Letting me fly.
You did a great job.
I appreciate that. All right, up next, Johnny Alonzo's down in Houston, Texas, and he's going to be looking at another NASA study designed to help pilots prepare for situations where they need to be 100%, especially when their minds and bodies aren't cooperating.
One very serious hazard for pilots is that moment when your eyes, your body, and the seat of your pants are telling you something completely different than what your plane is telling you. I mean, you can get thrown off, especially when you need to make a crucial decision, like when you're landing. Can we train the mind and body to work together to handle these intense situations? Maybe Dr. Scott Wood could tell us. Come on in. Doctor, how you doing? Okay, good to see you. So, tell me, what do you do here to keep these astronauts cool?
Oh, you know, we're just getting ready to start a study. Why don't we show you in the next room?
Let's go. Let's go. So what do we have here?
What we have here is a motion simulator that we've used with pilots and some of our returning astronauts.
Okay.
So it's creating some of the confusing, challenging sensory conditions that pilots experience.
All right.
And what we're really excited about is some of the new sensory aids that we've been looking at. Actually, this has been developed through some research in the Navy. And the point is, sometimes when you're in these challenging situations, it's not that we don't have enough information for the pilot in the displays. Sometimes it's just grabbing their attention, having them pay attention to it. And that's the point of these tactors. So these are small little pager motors. They're right here. And what they do is they vibrate.
So wait, let me clarify something. These are sensors. So, I mean, when it's strapped on the body, if the pilot has to go right, they will feel like a vibration on the right side of their body.
That's correct, yeah. That's their feedback. It's kind of like a tap on the shoulder just to get their attention and let them know what direction they need to correct.
Very cool. And you said you have Julie helping us out today?
Yeah, so Julie's going to wear these and get in our motion simulator.
You're braver than I am, I'll tell you that.
Okay, Julie, now we're going to try that with the tactor feedback.
So what are you having her do, Doc?
We're having her controller positioned so as the computer moves the chair off axis, she's trying to keep herself centered, similar to a pilot trying to keep their aircraft hovering in the same position.
I am so glad that's not me. Look, don't go anywhere. When NASA 360 returns, we're going to take a closer look at your brain.
Notice that anytime you're thrown off balance, the first thing you want to do is to get some solid footing. Well, your feet know where to go because you know which way is up and you know which way is down. You can do that because of something called the vestibular system. Now that's the system that sends signals from the inner ears to the eyes to the muscles that keep us upright. Most of the time, the vestibular system does its thing without us ever having to consciously think about it. But guess what? In space, in the free fall of microgravity, there is no up and there is no down. And that throws the vestibular system way off. In fact, it makes some people physically ill. It's a little something that folks here at NASA call space motion sickness. But researchers think with a little training, astronauts can actually use their minds to overcome their body's desire to, well, you know.
It's true. Space motion sickness causes problems, but NASA is now working on additional training for astronauts before they fly, and this is where that'll happen. This is Deborah Harm, and she's working on ways to prevent space motion sickness. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good,
Nice
good to
meet
see you. My pleasure. What do you call this thing?
Its official name is DOME, which is an acronym for Device for Orientation and Motion Environments.
Okay.
But most people just think of it as a big virtual reality training system.
Cool.
And we're getting ready to test someone. Would you like to come in and see?
Sure, let's check it out.
Okay.
And I hope I don't get sick. Oh, wow. This is neat.
Full immersion, virtual environment system.
Totally. When does space sickness often occur? On the way to space or throughout the mission?
It doesn't occur throughout the mission. The biggest time for space motion sickness is in the first 24 to 72 hours on orbit, and then again upon return from spaceflight.
Oh.
So, and any time you change the gravity conditions, there's likely to be some motion sickness.
Can we fire this up?
Yep, it's ready to go. We just have to show her how to use the space ball, and she can fly through the station.
Well, while you're showing her, I'm walking out. You guys do what you gotta do. Deborah, that was awesome. Thank you so much for everything.
You're welcome. It was my pleasure.
Talk about mind over matter. Jennifer, you're up.
Now, we all know that when our minds begin to wander, we are a lot slower to respond to things. And really, that's not good if you're a pilot. But what makes that happen? Our friend, Dr. Alan Pope. Hi, Dr. Pope.
Hi.
He decided to actually take a closer look into what was going on in the brains of those pilots as their minds were beginning to wander, right?
That's right. We used an electroencephalogram, or EEG, to study the pilot's brainwaves while they were interacting with flight deck technology.
What is a brainwave? I mean, I know I have them going on. I don't think I've ever seen one before.
Well, they look like waves. There are large waves and small waves. And we studied 3 different kinds of brainwaves: alpha waves, beta waves, and theta waves. And they differ from each other by their size, how large the valleys and hills are, and how spread apart they are.
Now, the system that you used in your study to study the pilot's brainwaves, a little different than an EEG. Tell me about it.
We started using a closed-loop system, and it's closed loop because the pilot's brainwaves are connected to the simulator.
Sounds like the pilots were actually controlling the simulator, like a mind control video game?
It's sort of like that, it is. And we realized that that kind of setup was very much like a neurofeedback system that's used to train to treat ADHD.
Well, what did you find?
Well, that's where this guy comes in, Dr. Dominic Greco. His company has an exclusive license with NASA to produce this video game technology.
And he's here?
He's here.
Oh, let's go meet him.
Hi, Dominic. How you doing?
Good, Alan.
This is Dr. Greco, the founder of Smart Brain Technologies.
So nice to meet you.
Pleasure meeting you, Jen.
This is amazing, a video game that's controlled by your brain.
It's controlled by your brain just like the work Dr. Pope was doing with the flight simulators. But instead of using a flight simulator, we're using real PlayStation and Xbox video games.
Can I try it?
Well, let's get going. You're getting lots of feedback from your brain activity.
Yeah, this vibration that I feel. What is that?
Vibration is saying that you're becoming a bit too anxious and you need to relax and calm down.
Now, why does this help kids with ADHD? And I'm thinking I might have ADHD, Dr. Greco.
As we measure that activity, we feed it through the neurofeedback device and it sends a signal to the game controller.
Okay.
So the only way you can be competitive in the game and do a good job is by producing the right kind of brain activity.
Oh, see, that's cool. Finish! I won! I don't know about that, but God, this was my brain on technology. How cool is that? What's next? I'm sure there's something coming up.
Well, actually, I have some students right over here working on some stuff, so get unhooked and let's go.
All right. Help. Help.
Here's some of my students who are working on the next generation of neurofeedback video game with an educational component. Chase, what's going on here?
Well, Dr. Pope, as you know, education and video games have really, for the longest time, been 2 separate realms. So our project here is really to try and incorporate them and add a bit of fun into learning. The idea is to reward students if they keep more engaged. If you stay engaged enough, then you will get a bonus later in the game during the interactive phase.
Thanks for being with us today, guys. We really appreciate it. Okay, guys, earlier in the show, we learned how our minds and machines work together to help prepare pilots for flight. Well, what about after they return to Earth? Did you know that some astronauts, when they return to Earth, have problem with their locomotion? To find out what that means and how NASA's fixing it, Johnny Alonzo's on the scene.
Okay, so we know our vestibular system is what keeps us upright and balanced here on Earth. And that going into space completely throws it out of whack. But did you know that when you return from space, your vestibular system stays out of whack for up to a few weeks? Well, we can't have astronauts stumbling all over the place. So guys like Dr. Jacob Bloomberg here have devised training techniques to help astronauts readjust to Earth. How you doing, Doc?
How are you?
Good to see you. Why do astronauts have such a hard time readapting to Earth?
Well, the human brain is remarkably adaptable and adapts to the zero-G environment of space. The downside of that is when you return back to Earth, you need to readapt to the Earth environment. And that can even take up to several weeks at a time.
Wow. So, Doctor, tell me exactly what's going on here.
Well, during this training, subjects walk here on the treadmill, and while they're walking on the treadmill, you can see that the visual scene moves up and down, and also the walking surface moves up and down too. And what this provides is a balanced challenge while you're walking. And this trains the brain now to become more adaptable to deal with some of these challenges. So you get better at dealing with it over time.
This is great for astronauts. What about Earth applications?
Well, falling is a real big risk factor for older adults, and we've been using some of this training to train older subjects to become more adaptable. So we think that'll prevent them from falling in the future. So we see some really widespread applications for this type of training.
Well, Doctor, this is giving my brain and body a workout. Thank you for everything.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Listen, stay tuned because when NASA 360 returns, we're going to take everything you've learned full circle with a look at robotics and bionics.
We all connect with various machines throughout the day, especially if we're at work. But what if your job is in an extremely remote location with intense physical demands? Oh, you might need your machine to do some of your work for you. Johnny Alonso is going behind the scenes to ask NASA, what has your robot done for you lately?
Just getting to space is tough enough. And spacewalking, it's like an extreme sport. So I sometimes astronauts need a helping hand. Or two. That's why NASA teamed up with DARPA. Together they're working on Robonaut, a humanoid robot that's going to work alongside astronauts in the extremes of space. How cool is that? Come on, let's go see what they're doing. Hey, what's going on, bro?
Johnny,
hey,
man.
good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Needless to say, this is Robonaut, right?
Absolutely, this is Robonaut. And actually, this is Robonaut in our planetary configuration. We actually have several different lower bodies that we put on Robonaut, but in this instantiation of the robot, we've got a four-wheel drive base.
Nice.
So we're visiting missions for the Moon and Mars.
This is just wild. I mean, it just looks like lasers should be shooting out.
Yeah, I know. It's fantastic. Actually, there are lasers shooting out of this thing right here. It scans out in front of the base, looking for rocks and stuff to, so the obstacle avoidance, things like that. And actually, in terms of the sensing all over the robot, we've got force sensing going on right here. So it knew to come in and not squeeze the box too hard. So it was actually actively sensing kind of the weight of the box.
So Nick, when do you see this Robonaut technology, being used, like on the moon?
So as we head back to the moon, circa 2020, before the human missions end up on the moon, you can envision Robonaut landing on the moon, a year or two ahead of the humans to start, digging trenches for lack of
putting together habitats.
Exactly, doing all the preparatory work that's going to be required so that when the astronauts land on the moon, they're just productive out of the box.
So is this timed 1-to-1?
Oh man, that's a great question. It depends on where it's operated from, and it depends on factors like the speed of light and stuff like that. So what we're actually looking in that instance is something that we call supervisory control, whereas I'm a guy back at mission control or a person in a lab or in a HAB module operating maybe 2 or 3 of these robots. And what I'm starting to do is I'm starting to tell the robot, go over here and do this activity. So I'm actually not controlling the actions of the robot 1-to-1, but I've stepped back at a very high level, and I'm controlling maybe 3 or 4 of these things, just pointing out activities for them to do.
So I just realized that Robonaut's spun, what, about 180 degrees?
when it's anthropomorphic like this, when I'm running the robot, it's then intuitive for me to control. So when I teleoperate the robot, I put the headset on, I put the virtual reality glove, and I step into this huge virtual environment of the robot. And I look down and I got robot arms, I got robot hands, I got robot legs. Yeah. And as I move around, the robot moves around and mimics my actions. You get a lot of advantage by making it look like a human.
Nick, thanks a lot, bro.
Johnny, pleasure, man.
See you soon, huh? Robonaut, later. Robotic technology obviously has some important applications in space, but lately, it's been making a huge impact here on Earth. Combining the powers of mind and the machine right where the body needs it, that's a technology with a whole lot of heart.
So what do you get when you combine the revolutionary advancements in robotic arms and hands, like Robonaut has, with the neurofeedback technology that's helping kids with ADHD? Only the most amazing connection between mind, body, and machine. Bionic prosthetics. You heard me right. I'm talking about prosthetic hands and arms that are controlled by the mind. Jesse Sullivan has the first ever prototype. Just by thinking about it, he can remove a credit card from his pocket. He can stack cups using sensory feedback. The prosthetics can even improve his gait when the limbs are in the free swing mode. This is a culmination of decades worth of research by experts all over the country, and all brought together in just a few years for DARPA's revolutionizing prosthetics program, an idea born from the desire to help soldiers returning from war with the loss of limbs. Each element of the bionic prosthetic required a team of experts. Some perfected the control and dexterity of the mechanics. Others worked on the sensory feedback or on creating a lightweight design. And prototype 2 might include synthetic skin, flexible, integrated, lightweight, multifunctional skin called film skin. Oak Ridge National Lab is developing the temperature sensor for film skin, while the National Institute of Aerospace at NASA Langley Research Center develops advanced pressure sensors. Now, together, the sensors will allow an amputee to do something as simple as picking up a paper cup full of hot coffee. They'll be able to sense how hot it is and know how hard to squeeze the cup so they won't spill. Sounds simple? What were you expecting? Superhuman strength? It's only a matter of time. Human beings are continually adapting to new technology, yet there is still so much to learn about how our minds and bodies work together naturally. So, how deep will the relationship between mind, body, and machine go? Who's to say? A little human ingenuity goes a long way, and machines will no doubt join us in our endeavors, whether it's exploring new worlds or working to make our own a little bit better. For Johnny Alonso, I'm Jennifer Pulley. Thanks for watching NASA 360.
Wow. Am I a spaz or what? Is this working out?
The limbs are in the free swing mode. Ooh.
Looks like a brother of an ex-girlfriend that I dated a long time ago. So yeah, kind of agree with you. God.
After they've gotten back from space.
Back to you with Chip. Oh, again? How does Robonaut dance?
Well, I mean, we've actually programmed the YMCA.
You did? Can you show?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, just...
But it wouldn't be like, kind of like...
It'd be kind of the YMCA.
Or, oh my God, this camera's rolling!
have another show to do after our show today, so I know they're ready to get started. And you look and you go, my goodness, look at that. Who is here today? Does anybody know?
A puppet show.
That's right, it is a puppet show. It's the Runaway Puppet Theater. They came last year. They were wonderful. Their show was so much fun. I know it's going to be just as great this year. So I think it has something to do with the Sandman or something about going to sleep. Well, hey, that matches our theme this year, doesn't it? Dream big, read. Let's all shout that on the count of 3 as loud as we can and see if that wakes. They may be asleep back there for all I know. Maybe that'll wake them up. So on the count of 3, as loud as we can, let's say dream big, read. 1, 2, 3. Well, that woke them up.
Hey! How are you guys today? There's people way over there. They don't have a big enough stage. If I come over to see you, I'm going to fall off the stage. So I'm just going to lean, okay? Hi, how are you guys? Hi, my name is Robin May. I'm one of the puppeteers with Runaway Puppet Theater, and we're really glad to be here with you today. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. We're so glad to be in. We had a great time. Oh,
I'm yawning.
Sorry. Anyway, we hope. Oh my goodness. Oh. Wow, I'm so sorry about that. I didn't get very much sleep last night. I guess the Sandman didn't come and see me last night. You guys know who the Sandman is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Sandman is a mythical character that supposedly comes around and puts us to sleep at night and then gives us dreams and things like that. But we know that he's not really real, because why would somebody come in your house and...
Hey, wait a minute. I don't think you should tell people that I don't exist and that I'm not real. I mean, I don't tell people you're not real.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
You're telling people I'm not real, and I don't like it. I mean, I may not have the press that Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny get, but I have a very important job.
Are you trying to tell me that you're the Sandman?
That is exactly what I'm trying to tell you, and I don't think you should tell these people. Oh my goodness, this is what you look like when you're awake. Oh, I never get to see you like this. This is so... Oh my goodness, that's what color eyes you have. I never would have guessed. You're so much more active in the daytime. Well, actually, that's not true. Some of you are pretty rambunctious at night, to be honest.
Excuse me. You were saying you had a very important job?
Oh, yeah. Well, most people think I show up and put people to sleep, but that's not true. I actually show up after you've already gone to sleep.
Oh, so after we're sleeping, that's when you show up.
Exactly. So I know which one of you out there still wear footy pajamas. Yeah, not just the kids either, I can tell you. And I know which one of you still sleep with stuffed animals, like stuffed bears and things like that. In fact, there's somebody out there right now who sleeps with a stuffed octopus.
Really?
You know who you are.
Cool.
But I show up after your sleep, and I tell you stories, which you call dreams.
Oh, so the Sandman is really a storyteller.
Exactly. And I thought today I'd break with tradition a little bit and come by and tell you some stories while you're awake.
Well, you know, normally that would be great, but
yeah.
We're just about ready to start a show here. We're going to tell these kids stories about nighttime and sleep and dreams and stuff.
Oh, that's great. I know all kinds of stories about nighttime and sleep and dreams and things like that, yeah. In fact, you know what? I know a story about a guy who's famous just because he went to sleep.
Famous because he went to sleep?
Exactly. A guy famous because he went to sleep, and his name was Rip Van Winkle.
Oh, yeah, I know that story. That's great. Okay, okay, now, once upon a time...
Wait. Hold on. What are you doing?
I'm telling them the story of Rip Van Winkle.
Don't you think I should be doing that? After all, the show is called Sandman's Sleepy Stories.
Well, yeah, I guess. Just go on ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. See you back there? All right. Once upon a time, back when the United States were still a group of English colonies, in a small village, there lived a fellow with the peculiar name of Rip Van Winkle. Rip Van Winkle was well liked by everyone in his small village. Everyone was very fond of Rip because he was always willing to lend a hand whenever anyone needed help.
Oh, Rip, I'm so glad you're willing to help me carry my laundry home. It's so kind of you.
No problem, Mrs. Dretcher. You know what they say, virtue is its own reward.
Oh, do they? Well, I was going to reward you with a piece of pie, but in that case, I won't...
Well, you didn't let me finish. Virtue is its own reward unless there's pie involved. Then take the pie.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I've come up with a new recipe. I'm very eager to see what you think of it.
Well, that's great because, you know, my laundry carrying ability is only outshone by my pie tasting ability.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I have one I call Mrs. Drutcher's Chocolate Surprise.
Well, what's the surprise?
There's no chocolate in it, only strawberries and sardines.
No, oh, darn, I just remembered. I'm supposed to meet Mr. Van Brummel. I tell you what, you go on home, and I'll bring your laundry later.
Oh, and I'll warm up a piece of pie for you, will I? Yes, nothing better than warm sardines. I'll see you later, dear.
Strawberry and sardines? Blah. Well, as my old pappy used to say, never turn down a free piece of pie. Well, I guess maybe I can figure I'll get a piece without too many sardines in it.
Hey, Mr. Van Winkle, catch! Oh! Oh, Mr. Van Winkle, I'm sorry, did I hurt you? You okay? Where'd you go?
I lost my hat.
Oh, no. Sorry, Mr. Van Winkle. I know how much you like your hat.
Yes.
Oh, you all right? You okay? Did I hurt you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, well, you dropped all the laundry you were carrying, though.
Oh, yeah. Looks like Mrs. Dretcher's going to have to do her laundry all over again.
Listen, I was wondering if you would play ball with us tomorrow. You hit and kick and throw better than any of the other kids.
Well, that may be because I'm 25 years older than the rest of you.
Yeah, maybe.
But, you know, I can't tomorrow. I have to meet Mr. Van Brummel for a lesson.
Mr. Van Brummel, the school teacher?
Yeah.
What is he teaching you?
No. I'm teaching him how to fish.
Mr. Van Brummel doesn't know how to fish?
Nope, not at all. And I don't know how long it's going to take for our lesson. It could be all day long.
Oh, it means you can't play ball tomorrow. I'm phooey.
Well, but you know what that does mean?
No, what?
That means we'll have to play today. Yeah, you go get the rest of the kids. We'll meet at the King George Inn and we'll go play ball.
Yeah. Oh, this is the best day ever.
Yes, does my heart good to see the kids all excited. Ooh, yeah. Mrs. Dretcher's going to have to do her laundry all over again. Oh, look, there's a sock in the azalea bush.
So as I say, Rip Van Winkle was well liked by everyone in his little village. Well, with maybe one exception.
Rip Van Winkle, where are you, you no good, lazy layabout?
Uh-oh, that sounds like the melodious tones of my wife's voice. She better not see me here like this, so I better sneak away.
There you are, you no good, lazy husband of mine, trying to sneak away from me, were ya?
No, I wasn't sneaking. I dropped something.
Likely story. What did you drop?
Laundry. Did you see a sock around here anywhere?
No, I didn't see any socks. I just saw a no good husband who should be at home feeding the cows and mending the fences and plowing the fields.
But dear, I don't have to plow the fields. There's already wild corn and cabbage growing in there.
Not anymore. The cows ate it.
Whoa, there you go. Now I don't have to feed the cows. Why do we have cows anyway? You can't play with them. They won't play fetch, and you can't ride them. Well, you can, but they don't go anywhere. They just look at you and go,
You could at least mend the fences.
But if I mend the fences, then the cows can't get in the field to get the corn and cabbage. You really don't think these things through very well, my dear.
I should have listened to my mother, but no. You no good, knuckle dragging, mouth
Excuse
breathing.
me, my dear, this is a family show.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see all the children out there. Well, fine then, fine. I'll have more adjectives for you when you get home.
Well, you know what? When my wife is in a mood like this, there's only one thing to do. Head for the hills.
So Rip Van Winkle headed out into the forest, hoping his wife would calm down and forget a few of the adjectives she had in mind to call him. So Rip found a lovely place in the forest, where he could relax and contemplate the mysteries of life.
I wonder who thought it was a good idea to make a sequel to Highlander.
When suddenly he heard, Rip Van Winkle!
What was that? What was that? Oh, must have been my imagination.
Thank you.
Oh.
Rip Van Winkle!
Oh, was that my wife? No, she wouldn't come out in the woods looking for me like that.
Rip Van Winkle! Hey! Over here!
What? Did you just say that? No, I think it came from over there. I better check this out.
So Rip Van Winkle went further into the forest, trying to find out who had been calling his name, when he came upon a clearing.
I think this is where I heard the voice coming from, but I don't see anything. Wait a minute. What's that I smell? It smells like someone's baking cookies.
Oh, Rip Van Winkle, there you are. I'm so glad you could help us out, yeah.
Oh, well, who are you, and how do you know my name?
Oh, yeah, I should probably explain. I'm one of the magical forest folk, a brownie, actually.
Oh, so that's how you know my name. You used your magical powers.
No, I just listened when the Sandman introduced the show. But listen, I was wondering if you could help us out. We're going to enter a new cookie in the Forest Folk and Fairy Festival Bake-Off competition this year, and we all think it's great, but we'd like to get an objective opinion.
Who's this we you keep talking about?
Oh, me and the other brownies. We live in this toadstool and bake cookies.
Oh, so there's more than just you?
Oh, yeah, there's all of them. There's gooey, and there's chocolatey. There's the twins, moist and dry, and Grandpa Crumbly.
And you are?
Krusty Brownie. Glad to meet you. Well, listen, I was wondering if you'd try our cookie and tell us what you think. We all think it's great, but we need somebody with an objective opinion, like I say.
Well, my best ability is my cookie tasting ability. I'd be happy to try and taste it for you.
Well, great. Here, have one.
Oh,
just take one.
Okay.
Just take one.
Just
we don't have that many to spare yet.
Okay, all right.
Take one
What
back,
is it?
you know. Yeah.
Well, it looks very thin.
Yeah.
And it smells very minty.
Yeah, that's what we were going for. Thin and minty. That may make for a good name. Anyway, see what you think about the taste, though.
All right. Well, you know, the proof is in the tasting.
Exactly. Take a bite there. What do you think?
That's good.
Oh, good. I was hoping you'd say so. Yeah, I think we're got a winner this time. I think this year we're really going to beat those snooty elves in their hollow tree.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah. There was a little bit of controversy. Some of the other brownies thought I put too much pixie dust in the cookie. That sometimes makes people fall asleep, but I don't think I put in that much, really.
No. As a matter of fact, I think you could...
Rip? You okay, Rip? Too much pixie dust? Yep. Too much pixie dust. Well, back to the kitchen.
And so Rip Van Winkle slept. And when he awoke, it was early in the morning.
Oh, me. Oh, my goodness. It's in the morning. I bet you my wife has many, many more adjectives for me now. I better get back to the house before she comes searching for me. Ow. Wow, my knees really hurt. As a matter of fact, everything hurts. Well, I guess that's what happens when you sleep in the woods all night. Ow.
So Rip Van Winkle headed back to his tiny village. But when he arrived, nothing looked as he remembered, and he didn't recognize the people he saw.
Well, I thought this was the direction of my town, but nothing looks the same. No? I have to ask somebody for directions or something. Excuse me, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm very busy. I don't have time to be accosted by an old beggar.
No. I was just wondering if you could help me. I want to know if this is my town or not, and I'm a little bit confused about
Oh, you're one of those, are you? Well, look, Grandpa, if you're going to make poor life choices, don't expect me
No.
to...
I was wondering if you could tell me, where's someplace somebody would know it. Oh, could you tell me where the King George Inn is?
King George Inn?
Yes.
There's no King George Inn around here.
Oh, well then I must be in the wrong town. Thank you.
Oh, no, you must understand. There used to be a King George Inn, but I had it torn down.
You had it torn down?
Yes.
But it was just here yesterday.
Are you daft, old man? No, I bought the King George Inn over a year ago and had it demolished.
No, but everybody meets at the King George Inn. That's where I meet the kids to play ball.
No one's met at the King George Inn for over 20 years, old man. Not since Rip Van Winkle went missing.
Missing?
Yeah.
But I'm right here. I'm not missing.
I think not. No, the children and I all used to meet Rip Van Winkle at the King George Inn, and one day he told us to meet him there, and he never arrived. And we waited and waited and waited, and finally we realized he'd abandoned us, and we never met at the King George Inn again.
No, I wouldn't abandon you. Wait a minute. Henry, how did you get all grown up overnight?
I can assure you I have aged at the normal rate, but I think time has adversely affected your senses, old man.
And that's another thing. Why do you keep calling me old man?
Well, obviously you are. I mean, only old men have long white beards like you have.
Long white beard? I have a long white beard.
Well, as fascinating as this conversation has been, I really must be on my way. Good day to you, old man.
Oh my, what's going on? Why do I have a long white beard? Nothing looks the same. I need to go find my wife. She'll tell me what's happening, even though she probably has many, many adjectives by now. Oh my gosh.
So Rip Van Winkle headed to his house, hoping he'd find his wife and she could explain what was going on. But when he arrived, all he could find was an old, broken-down old shack.
Well, I thought this was my house, but that thing looks like it's about to fall in on everybody's head. So,
Who is it? What do you want?
Oh, hello, my dear. I'm home. It's me, your husband.
The what?
It's me, your husband.
Hot dog buns? No, I don't even have hot dogs. What do I need buns for?
No, I'm your husband, Rip Van Winkle.
And what?
Rip Van Winkle.
Pickles? No, I don't eat pickles, especially not on hot dogs.
No, I've been gone all night.
You did what?
I've been gone all night.
Fly a kite? Well, go ahead. What are you bothering me for?
No, everything is different. I don't understand what's going on.
You what?
I don't understand what's going on.
About 4:30?
No, I'm confused. I don't understand.
Yes, lovely talking to you too. I'll see you later, dear.
Why, my own wife doesn't even recognize me. Oh no, why? 20 years? How could... Slept for 20 years? Crusty Brownie! He said he put too much pixie dust in those cookies. I gotta get back to that clearing and see if I can't get him to change this back around. I can't be old like this forever. Ow! Ow! Oh!
So Rip Van Winkle ran, or rather, well, more like he hobbled, back to the clearing where he had first met Krusty Brownie.
Krusty Brownie! Krusty Brownie! You've got to help me! My wife doesn't know who I am! I've slept for 20 years. Oh! Nobody knows who I am! The town is all different. I don't know anybody. Wait a minute. My knees don't hurt. Nothing hurts. My beard's gone. I'm back! I'm back! I gotta get back to town.
So Rip ran back to his village, which he was able to do much quicker now, until he arrived back to his home. And when he arrived, everything looked exactly as he remembered. He even saw a familiar face.
Yes! My town! My town! I'm back! I'm back! This is the most perfect day ever! Yes! Yes! Yes!
Oh, sorry, Mickey Van Winkle. Did I hurt you? Okay.
Henry!
Yes.
Henry! You're a kid again!
Again? What was that before, an armadillo?
No, I mean, you're a kid, not an adult!
No, you feel okay, Mr. Van Winkle? You still want to play ball with us?
Yes! Yes, I do want to play ball! Go get the kids, we'll meet at the King George Inn, but I've got to go back, go home and talk to my wife first.
Yeah, it's okay, Mr. Van Winkle. All right. Grown-ups are weird.
And so Rip Van Winkle ran back to his house, hoping to find his wife in his home just as he remembered it.
Oh, my dear, there's my house. It looks just like I remember. Yes! Oh, dear!
Oh, there you are, you no-good husband of mine. Well, I've got lots more adjectives to call you now. In fact, I have an alphabetized list somewhere.
Yes, my dear. Call me all the adjectives you want as long as I get to hear your voice.
You feel all right?
Yes. Call me anything you want. Call me no good. Call me lazy. Call me indolent. Call me lousy.
Wait, what was that last one?
Lousy?
Before that?
Indolent.
Indolent, yes, I like that one. I think I'll start with that one, yes. Indolent,
Yes. Call me indolent. Call me outdolent. I don't care as long as I hear your melodious voice.
You sure you're all right?
Yes, I'm fine. And right now, I'm going to go back to town and play ball with the boys. But when I come back, I'm going to feed the cows, and I'm going to mend the fence, and tomorrow, I'll plant the field.
Really?
Yes.
Well, if you do all that, I can think of another adjective to call you.
And what's that?
Sweet.
And Rip Van Winkle did exactly as he had promised. He mended the fences. He plowed the fields. He even fed the cows. And after that, he was well liked by everyone in the village. And I do mean everyone. And that's the story of Rip Van Winkle. Did you enjoy that one? Yeah. Yeah, good. Oh, good. I like that one too. That's a very good story. I like it.
Mr. Sandy.
Yes.
That was a really good story. I'm really glad you told it to me.
Sure.
And you know what? I never did think about it, but Rip Van Winkle was famous for going to sleep.
That's right. That was his claim to fame. Sleepiness and laziness. Yep.
Yeah.
Of course, I guess there are worse things to be famous for.
Like what?
I don't know. Stinkiest breath.
Well, yeah, that could be.
Cramming the most baby corns up your nose. Explosive flatulence.
Oh, okay. That's it.
Being a Kardashian.
Okay. But you know, sleeping too much is really bad for you.
Yeah, sleeping too much is bad for you. But you know what? Not sleeping enough is bad for you too.
That
You know
is
what?
true.
That reminds me of another story I know.
Another story?
Yeah.
How many stories do you know?
Oh, I know millions and millions of stories. I have them on loan from my Nazi the Spider.
Oh, yeah, I remember that guy.
Yeah, but I know all kinds of stories. I know stories about aardvarks, I know stories about ice skating, I know stories about prickly pears. I even know stories about aardvarks ice skating through prickly pears.
Ooh,
I do.
tell us one of
But
those
this-
stories.
I don't have time right now. It's very involved and I have to have a lot of props. But the story I want to tell you now is about a young gecko who couldn't go to sleep.
A young gecko who couldn't go to sleep?
All the way from the island of Bali.
I don't think I know that story.
Oh, I should probably tell it then, right?
You're going to have to take
All right, great. I'll do it.
All right.
Now, once upon a time, way, way back on the island of Bali, there lived a young gecko. This young gecko enjoyed doing all the things a young gecko normally enjoys doing. He enjoyed playing hide and seek with his friends.
All right, ready or not, here I come. Let's see, Howie, are you over there? No. Oscar, is this you? No. Julius? Wow. Hide and seek is tough when your friends can change color and blend in with the foliage. Wow.
He also enjoyed a big dinner of mosquitoes.
Yum.
Mosquito, just the way Mom used to make. Raw.
And after a long day of hide and seek and a big dinner of mosquitoes, the young gecko lay down, pulled a leaf up over himself, and relaxed, ready for a long evening's rest.
I never found my friend Oscar when we were playing hide and seek. Oh well, hope he's not waiting on me. What is that light? That must be the firefly flashing his light. Firefly! Firefly, hey, cut up the light. Firefly, I'm trying to sleep here. He's not going to turn it on. All right, I'll hide under here so I can't see him. It's too hot under there. I can't stand under the leaf. Oh, man, I'll never get to sleep like this. Oh, man.
So the young gecko turned and tossed and tossed and turned all night long, but he never did get to sleep. The next morning, the young gecko went to find the village elder.
Oh, I wonder where the village elder is. Oh, village elder, village elder.
Good morning, young gecko. How are you this fine, fine day?
I am not good, village elder. Not good at all.
Not good? Why is that?
Well, I didn't get any sleep last night because the firefly kept flashing his light in my eyes. I was wondering if you could possibly speak to the firefly and ask him not to flash his light so bright at night.
Well, as the village elder, I want everyone in my village to be happy and well rested. Yes, I would be happy to go find out what happens with the firefly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now I've got to get to the bottom of this, so we have to go find Firefly.
So the village elder went to find the firefly to find out why he had been flashing his light so late at night.
Firefly! Oh, Firefly!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good day to you, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yes, Firefly,
I would love to, sir.
I've had a complaint. Young Gecko says he couldn't get any sleep last night because you kept flashing your light. And I was wondering if you could stop flashing your light so late at night so everyone in the village could get some sleep.
But, sir, I was just trying to pass on the message, sir.
Message?
Yes, sir.
What message is that?
The woodpecker was tapping on the tree late at night. I thought he must be trying to warn everyone, so I was trying to get everyone's attention to listen to his message. If you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should talk to the woodpecker and find out why he was tapping so late at night.
The woodpecker, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right, I shall go find woodpecker.
So the village elder went to find the woodpecker to find out why he had been tapping on the trees so late at night.
Sorry there, your kingship. I mistook your head for a block of wood. Easy mistake to make, though.
Yes, well, woodpecker, I'm wondering if I could ask you for some help.
Sure, anything you want.
Yeah, young Gecko said he couldn't get any sleep last night because Firefly kept flashing his lights. Firefly said he was only flashing his light because you were sending out a warning and he wanted to draw everyone's attention to it. What was the message you were trying to get to everyone's attention about?
I wasn't tapping on a message. I was tapping along with the song the frog was singing. I can't sing very well myself, but I do like to keep the beat.
Oh, I'm sure you have a lovely singing voice. Give us a song.
Oh, no, really, I can't sing very well at all. I really,
That's what everyone always says. Come on, give us a tune.
No, it's better if I don't. I really can't.
Come on.
No, honestly, I can't sing. Can't tell ladies, sing this song. Do-da, do-da. Can't tell ladies.
No, you are right. You should go back to keeping the beat.
Don't just know your criticalness.
Yes.
But listen, if you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should talk to the frog and find out why he was singing so late at night.
Frog,
Yes,
huh?
sir.
All right.
So the village elder went to the pond to find the frog, to find out why the frog had been singing so late at night.
Frog! A frog!
Hi-ho there, village elder, sir.
Are you sure you're a frog?
Of course I'm sure. Don't you see my stereotypical frog color?
Yes. Well, I've come because I'm trying to get to the bottom of a disturbance.
Oh, yes, what happened there?
Yes. Well, last night young Gecko couldn't get any sleep because Firefly kept flashing a light. Firefly said he was flashing his light because the woodpecker was having out a warning. But the woodpecker said he was just keeping beat to the song that you were singing. So I've come to ask you if you would please stop singing so late at night.
Oh, but sir, I wasn't singing last night. I was yelling at the beetle.
Yelling at the beetle?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Well, the beetle was carrying a ball of filth down the street, sir.
Filth?
Yes, sir.
What kind of filth?
Street filth, sir.
Oh, like old tires?
No, a bit more unhygienic.
Oh, candy wrappers and old
No, this was more like leavings, sir.
Leavings?
Droppings, sorry.
Someone dropped something?
Well, yes, technically, yes, they did.
I don't understand.
Well, it is, it was poo, sir.
Poo?
Yes, sir.
Why would she be carrying poo down the street?
I don't know. It was very unhygienic, and I would have said anything, but I mean, beetles carrying that ball of poo down the middle of the street.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, if you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should probably talk to Beetle and find out why he was carrying a ball of so on and so forth down the street.
Beetle.
Yes, sir.
I'll have to go find Beetle.
By this time, the village elder was beginning to get angry, and so he went throughout the village, looking for the beetle, to find out why he had been carrying a ball of, well, so on and so on, down the middle of the street.
Beetle! Beetle! Where are you, Beetle? Yes.
Lovely day, isn't it, sir?
No, it's not a lovely day. No, I've got a problem, and you seem to be the cause of it. Yes, young Gecko said he couldn't get any sleep last night because Firefly kept flashing his light. Firefly was flashing his light because Woodpecker was tapping out a warning. Woodpecker said he wasn't tapping a warning, he was tapping along to the song the frog was singing. Frog said he wasn't singing, he was yelling
buffalo and find out why he left a big splat in the middle of the street.
Yeah. Water buffalo, eh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Want to play football later?
No!
By this time, the village elder was very angry. So he stomped through the village, looking for the water buffalo, trying to find out why he left a big splat of poo in the middle of the street.
Water buffalo! Water buffalo!
Hi there, village elder. How are you?
I'm not good.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Sorry to hear that.
Yes, there was a big disturbance last night, and it's coming down to you.
Well, what happened?
Well, Gecko couldn't get any sleep last night because the Firefly kept flashing his light. Firefly was flashing his light because Woodpecker was sending out a warning. Woodpecker wasn't sending out a warning. He said he was tapping along to the song the Frog was singing. Frog said he wasn't singing. He was yelling at the Beetle for carrying a big ball of poo down the street. The Beetle said she was carrying the poo because you left a huge splat in the middle of the road. Now, I'm village elder. I'm telling you to stop right now.
Oh, yeah. That's what happens. I try to help and I get yelled at.
Help? How is putting poo in the street a help?
It's a help because the rain washed a stone away in the middle of the street. The merchants have almost lost their carts in that hole. If you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should talk to the rain and find out why it rains so hard it washes stones away from the middle of the street. I'm out of here, and I have to go to the bathroom.
Rain cloud.
By this time, the village elder was furious. So he stomped throughout the village until way, way out on the outskirts of the village elder found a rain cloud happily raining away. Yeah. Raindrops keep falling on your heads.
Rain cloud!
What?
I need you to stop this instant!
Stop what?
Stop raining!
Stop raining?
Yes!
But I'm a rain cloud, that's what I do.
Yes! But you're the cause of the disturbance last night!
What happened?
Young Gecko didn't get any sleep because Firefly was flashing a light. Firefly was flashing his light because Woodpecker was tapping out a warning. Woodpecker said he wasn't warning, he was tapping along to the song the Frog was singing. Frog said he wasn't singing, he was yelling at the Beetle for carrying a big ball of poo down the street. Beetle said she had to carry the poo because the water buffalo had left a huge splat in the middle of the road. Water buffalo said he put the splat in the road because you had washed away stones in the road. So now I'm telling you to stop raining right now.
Hey, listen. First of all, I'm a rain cloud. I make rain. That's what I do. Secondly, I'm only doing what I was asked to do.
Asked to do? Who asked you to put up rain so hard it put a hole in the road?
The gecko. The gecko's been asking for rain for weeks. If there's no rain, there's no mosquitoes. And if there's no mosquitoes, the gecko goes hungry. So you want to get to the bottom of this? Talk to the gecko.
Oh, I will talk to the gecko, but until then, stop raining in my village.
Hey, well listen, I got news for you, pal. I'm going to rain as long as I got it in me.
You have to do what I say. I'm the village elder.
Yeah, well, I'm not part of the village. I float wherever the wind takes me. In fact, take that. Hey, like I say, you want to yell at somebody? Talk to the gecko.
Gecko!
And so the village elder stomped back to the middle of the village, trying to find the young gecko.
Gecko! Gecko!
Yes, sir, village elder, yes. Did you talk to the Firefly, sir?
Yes!
Yeah.
I talked to the Firefly,
Okay, yeah.
and I talked to the Woodpecker, and the Frog, and the Beetle, and the Water Buffalo, and the Rain Cloud.
Yes.
And I have one thing to say to you.
Yes, sir.
Go and live in peace with your neighbors. We all have our problems.
And so the young gecko still didn't get any more sleep. But he did have lots of mosquitoes to eat for that month and for many, many more months to come. And that's the story of the complaining gecko. So, you see, thank you. So as you see, sometimes if you can't sleep, it might be your own fault, like it was with Miss Robin last night.
Mr. Sandman?
Yes?
What do you mean it was my own fault that I couldn't get to sleep?
Well, you probably shouldn't have had a big eggplant parmesan sandwich with horseradish sauce right before you go to bed.
Yeah, that probably wasn't such a good
Not a good idea.
But it sure was yummy.
I bet. Well, this has been fun. I hope you've enjoyed it. I gotta go now and get ready. So I'll see you later.
No, Mr. Sandman, no, you can't leave yet.
Why not?
Well, you have to tell us one more story. You've only told us 2.
Well, yeah, but normally I only get a short time with everybody, and I thought 2 stories would be good, then I could go get ready for tonight.
No, you have to tell us 3, because everything is better in 3s.
Not everything. Not angry bees.
Well, okay, yeah.
Not careless dentists.
Well, but that's not what I was talking about.
Not IRS agents. Not Kardashians.
But you've only told us dreams or stories so far about people that sleep too much and people that can't sleep enough.
Oh yeah, I haven't even told you stories about dreams yet, have I?
You haven't told us any dreaming stories.
You know what? That reminds me of a story about a man who got rich through a dream.
Got rich through a dream?
That's right. Would you like to hear that one?
I would love to hear that one.
Oh, great.
Right. I suppose you want to tell this one too.
If you don't mind, it is what I do.
There you go.
Thank you. All right. Now, once upon a time, way, way back in fairy tale times, there was a farmer, which really in and of itself is no big deal. But this farmer had a very large plot of land. Every year, the farmer would plant his crops and work his land diligently, hoping that he would get a large crop of food to feed himself and his wife for all the year to come.
Ooh, yeah, looking good, yeah.
Oh, dear, Howard. Oh, how's everything coming this year?
Oh, wonderful. This is great. Look at this.
Oh, what did you plant this year, dear?
This year I planted tomatoes and lettuce and onions and corn and squash and melons.
Oh, I can't wait to see how it all turns out.
Yes, and you are in luck, wife of mine, because I'm about ready to start the harvest.
Yay!
So as I say, the farmer worked his land diligently. But no matter what he planted, the only thing he ever grew were turnips.
Turnips again?
Turnips again?
Well, it's really not that bad, I guess.
Not that bad. It's a whole year of nothing to eat but turnips. Turnips baked and grilled and fried, and turnip stir fry and turnip ice cream.
Oh, I have a new recipe I want to try tonight.
Yeah?
It's called turnip surprise.
What's the surprise?
There's nothing in it but turnips.
Oh, this dull old field. Lousy, no good, grow nothing but turnip field. I'm going to bed.
Oh, okay.
So the farmer got ready, went inside, and after a big dinner of turnip surprise, washed down with a big glass of turnip juice, and a bowl of turnip ice cream for dessert, the farmer went to bed, hoping to dream of something other than turnips. Oh, man. And that's where I came in. That's right, I actually get to be inside this story. And so I woke the farmer up to give him a very important message. Farmer, oh kind farmer, wake up. I have something to tell you. Farmer, oh dear farmer, it is I, the Sandman, with a very important message for you. Farmer,
Wake up! They're trying to get after me again! Oh, my. Who are you?
I am the Sandman, farmer, and I have a very important message for you.
Does that mean I'm dreaming?
Yes, it does.
Cool.
Farmer, if you go to the city and stand on the bridge, you will find your fortune.
That's it?
Well, yes.
It's a bit cryptic, don't you think? I mean, can't you give me a little bit more to go on?
No, sometimes dreams are supposed to be a bit vague.
Well, as long as you're here, could you dream me up a great big steak?
Of course not. You shouldn't eat in bed. Besides, you get your little ducky pillow all greasy. Ugh.
Oh, fiddlesticks. Well, as long as I'm up, I'll go get me a glass of turnip juice, I guess.
For 3 nights I visited the farmer, telling him that if he went to the city and stood on the bridge, he would find his fortune.
Oh dear, you okay? You've not been sleeping well?
No,
What's the matter?
For 3 nights I've had the same dream.
But what about the turnips? Yeah, that is scary.
No. The Sandman says if I go to the city and stand on this bridge, I will find my fortune.
Oh, I've had a dream for 3 nights in a row, and there's all these ponies, and they have lasers shooting out of their eyes. And then,
No, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to go to the city, I'm going to stand on that bridge and wait for my fortune.
But what about the turnips?
Oh, who cares about the turnips? I don't like that lousy old field. As a matter of fact, while I'm gone, see if you can't sell it.
Oh, okay. Bye, dear. Oh, hope you took clean underwear.
So the farmer went to the city, found the bridge, and stood there, hoping he would find his fortune just as I had told him in the dream.
Well, here I am in the big city, standing on this bridge, waiting for my fortune. Yep, standing on the bridge, waiting on my fortune. Fortune coming on any minute now. Yep. This is going to take longer than I thought.
So the farmer stood on the bridge all day long, until, towards the end of the day, he saw someone approaching the bridge.
Oh, excuse me there. I was wondering, can you tell me which way is it to the castle?
No, I'm sorry. I'm a stranger in this land. I don't know where the castle is, Mr.
I have a very unusual name, but it's very important I get to the castle because I have a very important meeting with the miller's daughter.
Miller's daughter in
Yes,
the castle.
yes.
Well, wait a minute.
Hmm?
Yes!
What?
You're my fortune.
What?
Yes! You're a funny little man. You have a strange name. You gotta go to the castle to meet the miller's daughter.
What?
Yes! My fortune is here!
What are you talking about, your fortune?
You are Rumpelstiltskin, and you are my fortune. You're gonna go to the castle and spin some straw in the gold for me, and we'll have everything we have.
You're mistaken. I am not the Rumpelstiltskin. No, of course not. No.
Yeah. What's your funny little name then?
Sidney Krupnik.
Sidney Krupnik?
Yes.
Well, what do you have to go to the castle for?
Well, I'm the miller's daughter's lawyer. She's being illegally detained. I'm here to file a protest.
A protest?
Yes.
But I thought for sure you were my fortune. Yeah, you're a funny little man.
That's another thing. Stop calling me funny little man. It is slander. It's defamation of character. Don't make me file a cease and desist order.
I'm sorry. Sheesh. Touchy.
So the farmer stood on the bridge the rest of the day, but he never did find his fortune. And that night, since he had nowhere else to go, he lay down on the bridge, lay down on a cobblestone, and slept all night long. He awoke early the next morning, hoping that would be the day he would find his fortune.
Oh, me. I hope my fortune comes today. I don't know if I can sleep on that bridge one more night.
So the farmer stood on the bridge all day long, until, towards the end of the day, he saw a goose approaching the bridge.
Oh, hello there, farmer. I was wondering if you could tell me where a place I could roost in.
Roost?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, it's something we fowl do before we lay eggs.
Oh.
Yes, that I really need to find a place to roost, if you know what I mean.
You need a place to lay your eggs?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
A goose
Yes.
that lay... Oh! Yes!
What?
Yes! You are my fortune!
What do you
Yes! You're the goose that lays the golden eggs. I'll take you home with me and you'll lay eggs of gold for my wife and I, and we'll have a nice house and all the food we wanted. Maybe even a little horsey to ride.
No, you're mistaken. I am not the goose that can lay golden eggs. No, I lay regular old goose eggs.
Are you sure?
Of course. I mean, who would want to lay golden eggs, even if I could? Ugh. It'd probably be very tough to lay, and then, can you imagine how cold it would be sitting on a golden egg? I'd probably get, wait for it, goosebumps.
Yeah.
Get it? Goosebumps?
Yeah, I get it. Why don't you go find some place to roost?
Oh, yeah, I need to do that. Good luck with your fortune, farmer.
Yeah. Oh.
that was going to be my fortune. Golden eggs and all. Aww.
So the farmer stood on the bridge the rest of the day, but he never did find his fortune. And once again, since he had nowhere else to go, he lay down on the bridge, cuddled up with a cobblestone, and slept all night long. And again he awoke early in the morning, hoping this would finally be the day when he found his fortune.
Oh. You know, when you use a cobblestone for a pillow and you drool, you get mud on your face.
And the farmer stood on the bridge all day long, until towards the end of the day again, he saw someone else approaching the bridge.
No, excuse me there, my good lad. I was wondering if you could,
No, I'm sorry. I'm not from this town. I don't know what day it is. I don't know a place for you to roost, and I have no idea how to get to the castle.
You misunderstand, my dear lad. I'm not here to find something out from you. I'm here to help you.
You're here to help me?
Yes, I was wondering if you might be interested in some beans.
In some beans?
Yes.
What would... Wait a second. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I
so.
will take those beans.
Yes.
And I will take them back with me to my house, and I will plant them in my garden, and they will grow into a huge beanstalk, and I'll climb that beanstalk, and they'll be gold and jewels.
What are you talking about?
The beans. They're magic beans. And I'll plant them, and they'll grow a beanstalk.
No. These are not magic beans. These are regular old everyday beans.
Just plain old beans?
Well, of course. I had seen you standing here several days. I thought you must be getting hungry, so I was offering you beans for lunch.
Beans for lunch?
Yes.
Well, I guess that's better than turnips.
Yes, of course it is.
But I was so sure. I just knew you would be my fortune.
Well, why do you think I would bring you your fortune?
Well, for 3 days I had a dream that if I came and stood on this bridge that I would find my fortune. And I just knew that you and those beans were it.
You mean you came all this way and spent all this time standing on this bridge because of a dream?
Well, yeah, it does seem kind of strange now. But...
It doesn't seem strange at all. No. It seems downright foolish. How can you be so witless as to spend all this time and effort standing on this bridge because of a dream? Dreams don't mean anything.
Well, yeah, it does seem kind of weird now.
I mean, I can't believe you'd waste all this time just because of a dream. Dreams don't mean anything. I mean, I myself have had a dream for 3 nights in a row. 3 nights in a row. That if I went to the countryside and dug in a field, I would find a pot of gold. But you don't see me rushing out there because I dreamed it.
You had a dream that you find a pot of gold and you didn't go?
Of course not. It would be absurd to think I'd find a pot of gold in a field because I dreamed it.
Well, yeah, it would be difficult to know what field to dig in.
No, not at all. No. I see this field fairly clearly in my dream. No, nothing grows in this field but turnips. Nothing but turnips as far as the eye can see. Yes.
Yeah, that would be weird. Yeah.
Now you're thinking sensibly. Well, if you decide you do want these beans, come and find me. I'll be over here.
Yeah. Turnip field! My turnip field! Oh no, the one I told my wife to sell! I gotta get back to the house!
So the farmer rushed home as quickly as he could, trying to find and see if he and his wife still owned the turnip field.
Oh, my dear! What? Are you here? Are you here? Yes, hello?
Oh, dear, did you find your fortune?
Well, almost, but I have to ask you a question. Yeah. Did you sell the field?
No, nobody wanted to buy a field that only grew turnips.
Yes! Yes, the field is still ours! Yes!
It only grows turnips still, you know.
Yeah, I know, but here, where's that shovel? Where did that shovel go? Shovel.
You find it?
Oh, here it is. Okay.
Okay.
Watch this.
All right.
And so the farmer began to dig. And after he dug just a little ways below the surface, he found...
Oh my goodness, there's a pot of gold!
Yes! Yes! We found our fortune! And now, dear, we're going to go out to eat. And we're going to have steak and lobster and corn and melons and... Well, you know, maybe we ought to have some turnips.
Have some turnips. I don't think I want turnips.
And so, the farmer and his wife lived happily ever after. Very, very glad they had a field that grew nothing but turnips.
And gold. Yeah.
And that's the story of the man who got rich through a dream. How is that? Oh, guys, you like that?
Mr. Sandman.
Yes?
Thank you for coming and telling us those stories. We really enjoyed enjoyed
It
them.
was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. You're so much more active when I tell you a story during the daytime. Normally at night, you just kind of mumble or snore a little bit or drool up the side of your mouth. That's about all I get.
And wasn't it better doing things in threes?
You're right. It was better telling three stories. I enjoyed it very much.
That's right, that's right. Well, we want to thank you guys for coming to see our show. If you want to know more about Runaway Theater, you can go to runawaytheater.com. And if you go to our website, push the resource button, and you'll find coloring sheets and puzzles that you can print out and do at home.
And more books about dreams and stories and puppetry.
That's right, that's right. We're also on Facebook, so you can like us on Facebook as well.
Yeah.
So we want to thank you for coming and telling us stories.
Sure.
We want to thank you for being such a great audience, and we want to thank the library for having us come in. Hope you guys have sweet dreams.
Pleasant dreams. Bye.
As a pilot for the first fighter wing, flying the most advanced fighter in the world, the FA-22 Raptor, I use electronics in my work every day. From the heads-up display, which shows me how fast I'm going and how high I'm flying, to the latest stealth technology, the Air Force makes math, science, and technology a way of life. You can use math, science, and technology along with the Treehouse Detectives as they investigate the magnetosphere in The Case of the Technical Knockout. Stay tuned and study hard, and one day you can trade your video game controls for the controls of one of these.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What are some other uses for a GPS? What star can we use to find north? How did the Vikings navigate without a compass or the stars? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Great. Keep up the good work and keep looking. Hi, I'm glad you're here. We're close to finding our first geocache.
You guys are quick. I'm still trying to figure out this whole geocaching thing.
It's simple. It's like a scavenger hunt using a global positioning system device, or GPS. You create a cache, which is just a container to hold your treasure. Then you take it to a public park or another public area and you hide it, using your GPS to note its exact location.
Because you have to post the exact coordinates on the internet.
Exactly. So other GPS users can find the treasure in your cache.
They take your treasure?
They have to replace your treasure with the new treasure so others can find it.
That makes sense. Miss Rickles told us all about geocaching when she gave us our geography assignment. What I can't figure out is how a GPS works. How does this thing know your exact location? And do I really want anyone to know my exact location?
Well, you would if you were lost.
That's true. I guess I need to do more research on how a GPS works. I know it uses satellites, but I'm not sure how.
While you're up, do you think you could find the coordinates for some chocolate?
It was a simple task. All you had to do was put batteries into the GPS.
Batteries have nothing to do with the problem. It must be something...
If the GPS doesn't work, or if it says we're somewhere we're not, then basically, we're lost.
I can't believe it. Our position keeps changing, but we haven't moved. The GPS is giving us a lot of different coordinates.
According to my compass, and our last coordinates, let me see. North is over here.
I think I better get in touch with the other Treehouse Detectives.
Bianca, come here. This is Kate. I can't figure it out either. Just stay calm and keep taking good notes. We'll see what we can find out later. Over.
That can't be good.
No, it isn't. Everything was going fine, and then both teams reported having problems with their GPS.
Well, from the sketchy radio communications, it sounds like they're receiving random coordinates.
Yes, but they weren't even moving.
Identifying a location precisely is what geocaching is all about.
Sounds like we need to go to the problem board.
Good idea. So what do we know?
We know that both teams are using GPS devices, and that everything was going fine until just recently.
Now they're experiencing some kind of technical problems.
Right. Both GPS devices began to give incorrect location coordinates at about the same time.
We also know that a GPS uses information from satellites to give precise locations. So what do we need to know?
We need to know how GPS, or global positioning systems, work.
What goes on under your hard plastic cover? What makes you tick?
I don't know where we need to go, but someone needs to go outside and take a break.
Did you say something?
Yes. Where do we need to go?
I'm meeting with Dr. D later this afternoon via the internet to discuss my project on the history of navigation. Maybe he can help.
Good. I'm meeting with Mr. Charles Cope to pick up some information about the NASA SHARP program for my brother. Mr. Cope is a pilot for NASA. Pilots use GPS. Maybe he can answer some of our questions about how GPS works.
Pilot from NASA? I'm sure he'll be able to help. Don't forget to take a get up and go sheet for some serious note-taking. Visit the NASA Sci-Files website to find some cool research tools for your own investigation.
Guys, we're making progress. The GPS now says we're in Virginia.
Of course it says we're in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay.
But we're making progress. Guys? Guys?
I hope that helps your brother out.
Thanks for the information on the SHARP program. My brother is very excited about it.
You're welcome.
May I ask you another question? It's about global positioning systems.
Of course. What would you like to know?
As a pilot for NASA, how do you use GPS when you're flying?
With GPS's unique ability to provide an exact location at any second, pilots rely on that for accurate navigation.
That is pretty important when you're flying.
Yes, knowing exactly where you are helps to keep the plane clear of obstacles and mountains and get you to your destination safely.
How does GPS help you navigate?
GPS devices on aircraft are very similar to the ones you use for geocaching, just a little more sophisticated. They show great detail, accurately displayed on a graphic map.
We've learned how important accurate maps are.
Yes, and having the capability to always know where you are, combined with an accurate map display, greatly adds to the situational awareness and to the safety of the flight.
What would happen if the GPS device went out while you were flying?
It might make the aircraft unable to fly and land in all types of bad weather. However, aircraft aren't dependent upon GPS. All planes and their pilots have the ability to fall back on traditional modes of navigation that were used prior to GPS.
Just like we had to rely on our good old compass when our GPS went out.
Exactly. At worst, it would be an inconvenience for the pilot, but he or she would be quite capable of safely flying the aircraft.
That's good to know. Are there any other uses for GPS?
Absolutely. There are all types of navigational uses for GPS. Oil companies use GPS to help them drill for oil. Farmers even use GPS to help them plow their field. Some have even used GPS to locate a stolen vehicle. Most activities that benefit from knowing an exact position on Earth use GPS.
Wow, I never realized so many people could use GPS. Thanks, Mr. Cope. Maybe we could see GPS in action by taking a quick ride on one of your research planes.
I didn't know you and your brother were interested in flying.
The weather wasn't cooperating for our flight, but it was great to learn more about GPS. I hope Jacob's meeting with Dr. D goes well. We still have a lot to learn about GPS and navigation.
I'm in Oslo, Norway for the World Year of Physics, but now I'm studying some of the history and culture of this great country. Wow, I better get to the Viking Ship Museum for my video conference.
I've got to hand it to the Vikings. How they found their way across the Atlantic Ocean without maps is amazing.
Well, they didn't have maps like ours, but they were pretty sophisticated navigators.
Hi, Dr. D. I was beginning to wonder if you were going to find the museum.
Well, it's easy to get distracted when you're doing research. And soon I'll be going to Andenes above the Arctic Circle to see the Northern Lights.
Dr. D, isn't the Alomar LiDAR Observatory in Andenes?
Yes, but how do you know about the observatory in Andenes?
Ula and Nina, some of our fellow geocachers, live there, and they also happen to be members of the NASA Sci-Files Kids Club.
That's cool. If you send me their coordinates, I can meet them.
Speaking of coordinates, as I mentioned in my email, I have some questions about the history of navigation.
Where do you want to start?
Didn't the Vikings discover America about 1000 AD, long before Columbus?
That's right. The Vikings were excellent navigators and shipbuilders. This Viking ship, made of oak, is called the Oseberg. It is 22 meters long and was likely the burial ship of a Viking queen. The Gokstad was probably built around 890 AD. In addition to sails, it also had 16 pairs of oars. In 1893, a replica of the Gokstad sailed from Norway to Canada in 28 days without the aid of a compass.
Wow, that's amazing! How do they navigate without a compass?
The Vikings probably used stars to navigate. A star named Polaris, which is located above the Earth's North Pole, can be used to find north.
I know. Polaris is sometimes called the North Star. It's always in the same place in the sky, and you use the Big Dipper to find it.
Very good. But when the Vikings sailed in the summer months, they would have had difficulty finding the North Star.
Why is that?
Because Norway is so far north, there are places where the sun never sets in the summer. That's why it's called the land of the midnight sun. Even in southern Norway, it doesn't get really dark at night.
Dr. D, how would they navigate without a compass or the use of the stars?
Lots of ways. For example, they relied upon landmarks. They used ocean currents, prevailing winds, and swells, and they observed the migrations of birds and whales to find their way.
Is it possible that they used the sun?
Yes, they apparently used the sun's shadow and the rising and setting positions of the sun to find north.
Okay, and if there are clouds?
Some people think they used a sunstone to locate the rising or setting sun when there were clouds on the horizon. I have a piece right here.
How does it work?
It's called Iceland spar. Put a dot on top and look through it, you'll see two dots. You rotate it until both dots are equally dark, then the crystal points toward the sun.
That's pretty ingenious.
Of course, they would have loved modern navigational technology like this sextant, a seagoing clock, or especially a GPS.
Our GPS, however, is causing us some problems.
What do you mean?
It's giving us lots of random coordinates, even when we're not moving.
Interesting. It makes it hard to find a cache. I have a friend at NASA Langley Research Center who works a lot with global positioning systems. I'll email you his information. I'm sure he can help you. Until then, I can tell you where to get a good sunstone.
Thanks, Dr. D. But after I finish my research, I think I'll just give him a call.
What about this one?
If we were putting Jacob's bike in our cache, I'd say great. Remember, we have to hide this when we're finished. Plus, I'll never get that on the plane. I wonder what my profit margin would be for these plastic containers in a yard sale. Note to self, investigate long-term investment potential in plastics.
Did you read Bianca and Jacob's Get Up and Go sheets?
Yes, and we still need to learn about how satellites and GPS work if we want to complete our assignment.
Dr. D mentioned talking to a friend of his at NASA.
Yes, maybe we can meet him after we finish making our geocache.
And finding supplies for your camping trip. By the way, how is it possible that you get to go on a camping trip to Colorado? Isn't that expensive?
These, Catherine, are the benefits of being on the board of a high-profile financial institution.
You're a member of the board?
Well, no, my mom is. She's taking me camping after our meetings. I'll tell you all the details when you take me to the airport.
I can't take you to the airport. I can't drive yet.
Oh, right. Note to self. Also, investigate investment opportunities in transportation companies.
So what's up? How will the treehouse detectives find the geocache? What should they do if their GPS devices go out again? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Technical Knockout.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. How do GPS receivers detect their distance from satellites? What is the electromagnetic spectrum? What is static electricity? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Dr. D's friend, Mr. Gannell, works at NASA Langley Research Center. He develops new instruments for global positioning systems and has agreed to meet with us.
Hi, Tony.
If anyone can help us learn more about GPS, he can.
GPS, or Global Positioning System, is a constellation system of 29 Earth-orbiting satellites that were originally designed by the U.S. military in the 1970s as a navigation system.
29 sounds like a lot of satellites.
Why do you need so many?
It takes 24 satellites to provide global coverage, leaving 5 spares. The orbits are arranged so that at any given time, anywhere on Earth, there are at least 4 satellites visible.
Why do 4 satellites need to be visible?
Your GPS receiver needs 4 satellites in order to determine its own location.
How does our GPS locate itself?
By using a simple mathematical principle called trilateration.
I'm not sure simple and trilateration should be used in the same sentence.
What is trilateration?
It's kind of tricky to explain in 3-dimensional space, so let's start with a 2-dimensional example. Let's say you're totally lost somewhere in the US and your GPS is not working.
Like us, yesterday when we couldn't find our geocache.
As you are trying to find where you are, a friendly person tells you that you are 1,000 kilometers from Boise, Idaho. Do you know where you are?
No, I could be 1,000 kilometers in any direction from Boise.
Exactly. Now let's say another friendly person comes by and tells you that you're 1,110 kilometers from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Do you know where you are?
Not yet, but I'm getting closer to my location.
That's right. Now you have 2 choices, but you still don't know where you are. Finally, another friendly person informs you that you are 990 kilometers from Tucson, Arizona. Now, do you know where you are?
It looks like I'm in Denver, Colorado. Which, of course, I will be soon.
The same concept works in 3-dimensional space, but instead of circles, you need to think in terms of spheres.
And the satellites are the friendly people telling you how far you are from a place.
That's right. If you know your distance from satellite A, you could be anywhere on a huge imaginary sphere at that radius. If you know your distance from satellite B, you can overlap the first sphere with the second sphere, and they intersect in a perfect circle.
So if you know the distance to a 3rd satellite, you get a 3rd sphere which intersects with the circle at 2 points.
Very good. And the Earth acts as the 4th sphere, so you can eliminate the point in space because you're on Earth.
So do you only need 3 satellites?
An approximate position can be found with 3 satellites, but to improve accuracy and get precise altitude information, 4 or more are better.
How do GPS receivers know how far they are from the satellite?
They analyze the high-frequency, low-powered radio signals from the GPS satellites and calculate the time the signal traveled.
Do satellites have stopwatches?
No, the satellites need to be more accurate than a stopwatch. The satellites use a very accurate atomic clock, which produces exact time-coded signals.
And what happens if a satellite malfunctions?
It's possible. Again, that's why we have 29 satellites when only 24 are needed, leaving a few spares.
It helps to have extra.
True. Here at NASA, we use GPS to determine the position of aircraft and satellites. And we also are developing a system to perform remote sensing of the environment. All of these tasks require precision information. Spare satellites make sure we get the data we need.
Cool. NASA's always doing amazing things.
Mr. Gano, what would happen if your GPS was only receiving a signal from 1 or 2 satellites? Would you get incorrect results?
No. Usually, your GPS device will let you know that it doesn't have enough satellites to calculate an accurate position.
Sounds like we need to do some more research.
Thanks, Mr. Gano.
You're welcome, and good luck with your geocaching.
We were about 25 meters from where we were, and when we last experienced the problems with the GPS. Over.
Can you still hear me? The radio's coming in loud and clear too. Keep us posted.
We should not really assume whether or not the technical problem was permanent.
My guess is that one of the satellites was broken.
Now, Jacob, don't jump to conclusions. And besides, Mr. Gano said that 29 GPS satellites orbit the Earth. It's possible, but not likely that they're all broken.
I guess you're right. But what other explanation is there? Either way, if we want to complete our assignment, we have to make sure this works.
It should be another 8 meters. A little to the right.
I don't see anything.
Another 5 meters.
Oh, wait, I see something.
This is so cool. I can't believe we found it.
RJ to headquarters. We have found the geocache. I repeat, we have found the geocache at the exact coordinates listed on the website.
Good work, guys. Are you sure the coordinates are correct?
We're sure. We've double-checked and double-confirmed. Mission accomplished. We're returning to headquarters. Over.
It looks like you were right. I shouldn't have jumped to a conclusion. Clearly, the satellites and the GPS devices are working properly.
And that's a good thing. But we still don't know what caused the problem in the first place. Let's go to the problem board.
Okay, what do we know?
We know that our GPS malfunctioned in 2 different locations at the same time.
And we also know from Catherine and Tony's report that satellites communicate with GPS devices through radio waves.
Of course. And now we know that the problem was only temporary.
True. The satellites and GPS devices are working fine now. So what do we need to know?
We need to know more about radio waves and how they might be affected.
It might also help if we knew anyone else who had a similar problem.
So where do we go?
Let's email Ulla and Nina in Norway and see if they had the same problem on the same day.
Great idea. We may not have this problem solved, but we're making progress.
Yes. And we need to make a report for Tony. Maybe he can help us from Colorado. For some great ideas on creating your own reports, visit the Treehouse on the NASA Sci-Files website.
We read about the Treehouse detectives' problem with their GPS, but we weren't much help. We were not geocaching on the same day, and we haven't had any problems with our GPS. We decided to ask Dr. D about it when we meet at the Alomar LiDAR Observatory.
I'm excited to finally be here at the observatory. I read so much about it.
Dr. D, what kind of research is done here?
The scientists are investigating the middle atmosphere using lasers like this and radar instruments.
Isn't radar what the police use to bounce off cars and see how fast they're going?
And weathermen use it to track rain and snowstorms.
Exactly. Radar sends out a beam of light which is reflected off the atmosphere and is then analyzed.
Did you just say that radar sends out a light beam? I thought that radar used radio waves.
It does, but radio waves are a form of light. There are many forms of light that are not visible.
Like what?
Well, for example, this observatory uses microwave light to measure water vapor, infrared light to detect clouds, and ultraviolet light to measure the ozone layer.
I've heard of ultraviolet light, and it's not visible.
All these different forms of light are part of what is called the electromagnetic spectrum. Every form of light travels at 300 million meters per second in a vacuum and has a wavelength.
We learned that the wavelength is the distance between the crest of 2 successive waves.
That's right. Some radio light has wavelengths that are hundreds of meters long, where ultraviolet light wavelengths are very tiny, only about 1/10,000th of a millimeter.
That's a big difference.
It is. Light also has a frequency, which is its rate of vibration. Here, hold on to this spring. I'm going to make it vibrate and create what's called a standing wave.
The faster you move your hand, the shorter the wavelength.
Exactly. And the shorter the wavelength, the higher the energy.
Which light has the most energy?
That would be gamma rays, followed by X-rays, ultraviolet, visible light, infrared, and radio waves.
Wow, I still can't believe that they're all called lights.
Dr. D, the Treehouse detectives want to know more about the radio waves the satellite uses to communicate with GPSs.
Good question. First, you need to know that there are a lot of different types of radio waves. GPS satellites communicate with a type of radio wave called microwave.
I've heard of shortwave radio.
That's another type. There are also AM and FM radio and TV. But GPS satellites communicate with microwaves because these pass easily through the atmosphere and are not absorbed.
Are the other forms of light absorbed by the atmosphere?
Not all of them. Ozone in the atmosphere absorbs most, but not all of the ultraviolet light. Fortunately, most of the X-rays and gamma rays are also absorbed.
But visible lights get through pretty easily.
Yes, the atmosphere is transparent to visible light.
I heard that some radio waves, like AM and shortwave radio, can bounce off the atmosphere and travel great distances.
That's correct. But FM radio and TV... I also mentioned that all radio waves can be created by moving electrical charges. And the Kids Club members said you might want to learn more about electricity to solve your GPS problem. I agree. And if camping conditions aren't too primitive, I recommend that you look up Dr. Baganal, a friend of mine who studies electricity at the University of Colorado.
I know that we use electricity all the time, but I'm not sure what it is exactly.
It's a physical phenomenon associated with static and moving electrical charges.
Oh, I get it. I'm sorry, would you repeat that again?
I know, it's complex. Electricity doesn't have a simple explanation, nor is it easy to understand. So let's start with the basics. Take this plastic stick and rub it against this cloth.
Okay.
Okay, now take this other one, made of the same material, rub it with a cloth, and see if you can try and put the ends together.
It looks like one is pushing the other.
Now rub this one made of a different material.
Okay.
So now try and put them together.
The different stick pulled the first stick. Why'd it do that?
Well, let's figure it out. Do you remember the parts of the atom?
Yes. There is a nucleus with protons and neutrons surrounded by electrons.
That's correct. And the protons are positively charged and the electrons are negatively charged.
And the neutrons are neutral.
Very good. And positive and negative charges are attracted to each other. We call that the attractive force.
Aren't all atoms basically neutral?
Yes. But when you put different materials together, sometimes the parts of the atoms like to move. However, some nuclei like to hang on to their electrons stronger than other nuclei. The stronger nuclei gather electrons from the weaker nuclei.
Is that what happened when I rubbed the two different sticks with the cloth?
When you rubbed the first two sticks with the cloth, the electrons left the cloth and gathered on the sticks. And then, because they were both negatively charged, they repelled each other.
So why did the different sticks attract one another?
Well, different materials cause electrons to move differently.
Oh, I get it. With the different stick, the electrons gathered on the cloth, leaving the stick positively charged. Because one stick was positively charged and the other one was negatively charged, they attract each other.
Yeah, I think you've got it. So this kind of electricity is called static electricity because the charges are stationary and don't move. Now, shuffle your feet on the carpet and then touch this metal object.
I have a bad feeling about this. Shocking.
Can you explain why?
I'll try. When I shuffled my feet, I gathered electrons from the carpet, making me negatively charged.
That's correct. And what happened when you touched the metal object?
The extra electrons jumped over to the metal, causing pain.
Sorry, but you're right. It's an example of what we call current electricity. Watch what happens when I connect this end of the wire to this end of the hand generator.
This looks like a complete circuit, with the light bulb as the load. When you turn the crank, you produce current, which is electrons flowing through the circuit, and the light bulb glows.
Exactly. Now watch what happens when I connect the generator to this circuit near these compasses.
Wait a minute, the compass has moved. Why'd they do that?
Initially, the compass was pointing towards the Earth's North Pole. When we cranked the generator to make the current flow, a small magnetic field was created. This field caused the compass needle to swing because the needle is itself a small magnet with a north and south end.
Very interesting. The Treehouse detectives need to know about this. Thanks, Dr. Bagenal.
You're welcome. I have some more experiments.
I didn't know that electricity was so cool. Dr. Bagenal said that flowing electricity creates a magnetic field. If that's true, then we need to know more about magnets and magnetism.
So what's up? Will learning about magnets help the Treehouse detectives? What other information do they need to solve the mystery? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Technical Knockout.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What is solar wind? What does voltage measure? Name the layers of the atmosphere. Describe a convection cell on the sun. When you see this icon, the answer is near.
What about a nice bag of beef jerky? Don't you think after a long day of hiking and geocaching, you might want some beef jerky or something of substance?
Sorry, Jacob. Nothing perishable. We need to put things into our cache that are fun and interesting as treasure, not a meal.
Well, I'm running out of ideas.
What do you have so far?
I had lots of food items. Signal flares. Might be hazardous in the forest. Cash or a gift certificate?
Why don't we just put travel bugs in our caches?
Hi, RJ. What are travel bugs?
They sure don't sound like treasure.
My dad got me this one on the internet.
It doesn't look like a bug.
It's not a real bug. Each travel bug has its own unique tracking number. So when someone finds our cache, they take out the travel bug and place it into a different location. Then they look up on the internet the travel bug tracking number, and type in the new location of the cache that they place it in.
So your travel bug could travel to geocaches all around town?
Actually, it can travel the world.
How would that work?
Let's say we place a travel bug in our cache. and then someone from New York is geocaching in our area. They take the bug back to New York and place it in a cache in their city.
Someone from London visits New York to geocache, and then they take it with them back to London.
What a cool idea. We have to get some travel bugs.
We have one, but we can get some more.
Our travel bugs could see the world. How cool is that?
Wait a minute, we're getting ahead of ourselves. I know working on our caches is part of the assignment, but we still haven't solved our problem.
I was reading Tony's report on electricity, and he said we need to learn more about magnetism.
I think Ula and Nina are meeting with Dr. D again. Hopefully we should get their report soon.
For great ideas on creating reports, visit the Treehouse in the NASA Sci-Files website.
I'm really looking forward to the Northern Lights Festival tonight and hopefully seeing some auroras with the Kids Club members. Ondeness is the perfect spot for viewing auroras because it is located directly under the aurora oval. Of course, Nina and Ula are also investigating magnetism for the Treehouse detectives. This is a good place to start.
We know that magnets have a north pole and a south pole.
And the two north poles repel and the north and the south pole attract each other.
Very good. Let's demonstrate that by having you push like poles of these two magnets together.
Oi, they're really strong.
Let's take a look at the magnetic field of this permanent bar magnet.
That's impressive.
Notice how the south pole, or white part of this compass needle, points to the north pole of the bar magnet.
So if a compass always points toward the Earth's north pole, that must mean that the Earth is a big magnet with a magnetic pole up north.
You're right. The Earth's magnetic field looks very similar to the field of this bar magnet.
I heard that the Chinese used a lodestone to produce their first compass.
Historians think so. Here is a piece of lodestone, a naturally magnetic rock. If I float it on this foam, it will point north.
Doesn't magnetism have something to do with electricity?
Yes, it does. Magnetic fields are produced by moving charges. Let's make an electromagnet by having an electric current flow through this wire, which is wrapped around an iron bar.
This field looks just like the bar magnet.
Except when I turn off the current of an electromagnet, the magnetic field disappears.
So is the Earth like a giant electromagnet or like a permanent magnet?
Well, the Earth has an outer core made of molten iron that is constantly in motion. A process called the dynamo effect creates huge currents of electricity in the iron, which produces a giant electromagnet. In like manner, the Earth's magnetic field deflects the protons and electrons of the solar wind, which the sun is throwing at the Earth at hundreds of kilometers per second.
Ah, I get it.
Didn't a Norwegian scientist named Christian Birkeland investigate the solar winds and auroras?
That's right. He used a magnetized sphere called a terrella to represent the Earth, and he fired an electron beam at it to simulate the solar wind.
What did he discover?
He found that the electron beam did cause the gases in the chamber to glow like an aurora, and the magnetic field guided the electrons like beads in a string to the poles of the terrella.
And we know that auroras occur on Earth near its poles.
Very good. Here is an example of how high-energy electrons can cause a gas to glow. This is the tube of helium gas hooked up to a high-voltage power supply.
The tube is glowing pink.
Each gas gives up its own special color. Here is neon gas, which looks orange.
It's like the lights I've seen at restaurants.
That's right. Auroras produce greens, blues, and reds when electrons collide with oxygen and nitrogen atoms hundreds of kilometers above the Earth's surface.
Auroras certainly don't look that high.
Dr. D, wasn't there a problem with Birkeland's theory?
Yes, he had the misconception that it was electrons coming directly from the sun that caused the aurora.
Well, where do they come from?
They do come in part from the sun. The solar wind compresses the magnetic field on the day side of the Earth and stretches it into a long tail called the magnetotail on the night side. Electrons from the solar wind flow around the day side and into the magnetosphere at the tail.
Then what happens?
The electrons in the magnetotail are then pulled back down toward the poles at increasingly high speeds by electric forces. These are called Birkeland currents.
And when they collide with the gases in the atmosphere near the poles, we have an aurora.
Exactly. But to really understand auroras, you must first learn more about activity on the sun, like sunspots and flares.
Thanks, Dr. D. Let's get a report on magnetism ready for the Treehouse detectives.
Maybe they can help us investigate the sun.
Okay, let's fire up the computer. I'm ready to talk magnetism with our friends at the Andenes Barneskole in Norway. It's not every day we have a transatlantic experiment.
I would love to visit Norway and see the culture close up.
Well, how about the next best thing? We're ready to talk to the NASA Sci-Files Kids Club members in Andenes.
Perfect.
They should be ready just about now. Hi, I'm Jacob, here with Bianca. We understand you're doing an experiment on magnetism.
Hi, I'm Ingvild. And I'm Alexander.
Hi. Dr. D told us that you're working on an electromagnet experiment. Can you tell us about it?
Sure. Our electromagnet is a wire wrapped around an ear and nail attached to a battery.
We wanted to find out how the strength of the electromagnet changes when we increase the voltage.
And we increase the voltage by using more batteries.
We learned in science class that a battery is like an electrical pump that pushes electrons through a circuit. The voltage measures the push.
And the flow of electrons through the wire is called a current.
We learned that too. We also learned that as the voltage is increased, the current in the wire will increase.
So we hypothesized that if we increase the voltage and get more current, then the strength of the electromagnet will also increase.
Sounds like excellent reasoning.
We began by wrapping wire around the nail 300 times.
Next we place a 1.5 volt battery in the battery pack.
We then connected one end of the wire to the positive battery terminal.
And to complete the circuit, we connected the other end to the negative terminal.
You won't get any current or flow of electrons unless you have a complete circuit.
That's right, and the current in the wire then causes the nail to become a magnet.
To test the strength of the magnet, we placed it in a cup of paper clips.
I would think that the stronger the magnet, the more paper clips it would pick up.
We agree. On our first trial, we picked up 6 paper clips.
We know in an experiment it is important to do multiple trials and then find the average. What was your average?
The class average was 8 paper clips with 1.5 volt battery.
To continue to test our hypothesis, we added another 1.5 volt battery, increasing the voltage to 3 volts.
The average was 14 paper clips with 2 batteries.
Wow, you doubled the voltage and almost doubled the number of paper clips.
We continue by adding a third battery.
With 4.5 volts, we averaged 21 paper clips.
And 4 batteries, or 6 volts, picked up an average of 30 paper clips.
Congratulations! It looks like you proved your hypothesis.
That's right. We graphed the results
as well. Our graph clearly shows that the strength of the magnet increases as the voltage increases.
Our teacher, Ole, also told us that the Earth's magnetic field is very similar to our electromagnet, except the current in the Earth is billion of times the current in our circuit.
That's incredible. I was wondering, does the number of times you wrap the wire around the nail make a difference?
We think so, but that is what we're gonna test next.
Great. Be sure to send us your results.
We will. Goodbye. From Andenes Barneskole, Norway.
I can't believe all the cool experiments we've seen. Anthony and Dr. Bagenal, Dr. D and the Kids Club members, and now the Kids Club in Norway.
Clearly there's a connection between electricity and magnetism, but I'm not sure how.
I'm still sorting through Ula and Nina's report on auroras.
Dr. D also said that before we can fully understand auroras, we need to learn more about the sun.
I completely forgot about the sun. How are we going to learn more about the sun?
Don't worry, I've done some research on the internet, and NASA does lots of research on the sun.
Of course, the answer is NASA. Let's go.
Slow down. Ula and Nina also reported a teleconference that they had with North Shore Christian Academy in Everett, Washington.
Oh, I see. I think.
Before learning about the sun, they talked with the students at North Shore about the layers of the Earth's atmosphere.
The layers of the Earth's atmosphere.
You know, the troposphere, closest to the Earth, and the mesosphere, which is very cold and the air is very thin.
And of course, the thermosphere and ionosphere where most of the auroras occur.
Jacob, I'm impressed.
I've been doing more than surfing the web and reading reports. Every once in a while, you have to go old school and use books.
Well, I'm glad you haven't forgotten such a great resource.
But we still need to learn more about the sun.
Well, we're in luck. Catherine and RJ are meeting with Dr. Nikki Fox to learn more about the sun. She's at the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory and works with scientists at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center.
I'm sure they'll find the sun very illuminating.
Very funny, but I can't wait to read their report.
Well, most of what we know about the sun comes from measurements from various instruments and satellites, and they observe things such as the sun's size, mass, surface temperature, and brightness.
Various instruments and satellites? What kinds of satellites?
Well, there's SOHO, which is designed to study the internal structure of the sun, and ACE that studies the solar wind that comes from the sun. And then there's also Polar, Timed, and POSE that monitor how this solar wind interacts with the Earth's magnetosphere and causes auroras. And of course, we're all looking forward to the launch of Stereo, which is being built here at the Applied Physics Lab, and it will get the first three-dimensional images of the sun.
So that's how you know so much about the sun.
Well, satellites are very helpful, but there's still much more to learn. Let's start with the basics. The sun is an average star. It's not the brightest star, and it's not the hottest star. In fact, scientists actually classify it as a dwarf.
A dwarf? I thought it was really big.
Well, remember that size is relative. Compared to the Earth, the sun is huge. The diameter of the sun is about 110 Earths strung together. If you think of the sun as a basketball, Earth would be a tiny BB, but there are stars that are much bigger.
Then why don't the other stars look bigger than the sun?
Well, that's because they're so much farther away. The sun is 158 million kilometers away from the Earth. However, the next closest star is Proxima Centauri, and it's so far away that its distance has to be measured in light years.
Wow, that's far. And fast.
What is the sun made of?
It's mostly made from hydrogen, with some helium and a few other elements. It also has 6 layers.
The Earth has layers. Are the sun's layers like the Earth's?
No, because the sun is not solid like our Earth, they're quite different. The sun's layers consist of a core, a radiative zone, a convective zone, and then there's the visible surface known as the photosphere, the chromosphere, and finally the outermost layer, the corona.
So if the sun is not a solid, then is it gaseous?
No, it's neither. It's actually a plasma.
Of course. I was just reading about plasma being the 4th state of matter.
That's correct. And because this plasma is hotter in some places than others, it creates convection cells in the convection zone of the sun.
What are convection cells?
Well, they look just like rice grains, and scientists call this granulation. The bright center of each cell is hot rising material, and the darker edges are cooler gas falling to be reheated, just like water boiling. These granules are continuously evolving and changing, but these light and dark patches should not be confused with sunspots, which are dark spots higher up on the surface of the sun.
I've seen pictures of sunspots before. Are they very big?
Well, the average size of a sunspot is about the size of the Earth.
I'd say that's pretty big.
What causes sunspots?
Well, just like the Earth, the sun has poles and a magnetic field, and sunspots are created when this magnetic field interacts with hot plasma at the sun's surface.
The sun has poles and a magnetic field? Cool. Well, not really cool.
Well, sometimes this magnetic field causes the plasma in a sunspot to burst from the surface of the sun in what's known as a solar flare.
Do solar flares affect the Earth?
Or satellites?
Well, solar flares do release a tremendous amount of energy, and that can affect the Earth and our satellites in lots of different ways.
It sounds like we need to learn more about solar flares.
Thanks, Dr. Fox.
So what's up? Could solar flares be responsible for the problem with the GPS? Will the treehouse detectives figure out what happened to their GPS devices? Find out in the conclusion of The Case of the Technical Knockout.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. In which layer of the atmosphere is the ionosphere? What is a coronal mass ejection? What is space weather? Explain a solar cycle. When you see this icon, the answer is near.
But, I think it's...
I'm still not sure about this.
Come on, it's easy. We find a good hiding spot, note the location using our GPS, put the location on the internet, and our assignment is complete. I already anticipate a good grade.
I'm not talking about the assignment. I'm talking about our problem.
I've got a new hypothesis. A solar flare occurred during our first attempt at geocaching. Now there is no solar flare, so we aren't getting any technical interference.
Well, I agree we aren't receiving any interference, but we still need to confirm our hypothesis.
No problem.
What do you mean, no problem?
Geo Eagle 1 to home base, come in please.
Hi, Jacob. We're all set. We should have the results in a few minutes.
Jacob, what's going on?
I knew you wouldn't just accept my hypothesis, so I did some more research. I set up an interview between RJ, Kaylee, and Dr. Sten Odenwald, a NASA researcher who's also over in Norway.
Jacob, you're making real progress. You recognize the problem, conducted solid research, and you're working to verify your hypothesis. I'm impressed.
If you think that's impressive, wait till you hear from Dr. Odenwald. Home base, let me know the minute you finish talking to Dr. Odenwald. Home base? Home base.
Jacob, come in. We're getting ready to talk to Dr. Odenwald. Do you have any additional questions? Over. Over.
Well, that's funny. It was working just fine a second ago.
Yeah, it's really strange.
Maybe there's been another solar flare that's affected the radio and the GPS.
Poor Jacob and Bianca.
Oh, look, here he is now.
Hi, Dr. Odenwald.
Hi, kids. Jacob's been telling me about his hypothesis and the research you've been doing. Sounds very interesting.
Yes, it is.
Of course, it'll be even more exciting if the hypothesis is correct.
Right. We were hoping you could help us. Jacob believes that a solar flare is responsible for the technical glitch with our GPS, but we're not sure how.
Well, solar flares are one possibility, of course. When we're talking about the sun and solar flares, we're talking about a huge amount of energy.
And that energy caused our GPS to malfunction?
It could have. Let's start at the beginning. Solar flares happen near the surface of the sun because the magnetic fields there that are all tangled up try to get untangled into simpler shapes, and that releases a huge amount of energy. Sometimes it can heat the surface all the way up to 100 million degrees.
That's incredibly hot.
It really is. The gases near the flare are so hot that they produce X-ray light, and this light travels to the Earth in about 8.5 minutes and impacts the Earth's atmosphere.
Wow, that's quick.
And when the X-rays arrive, they disrupt the ionosphere on the daytime side of the Earth.
We learned that the ionosphere is part of the thermosphere, where there are a lot of charged particles and free electrons.
That's right, and these disruptions can cause shortwave radio blackouts that last for hours.
We also learned that GPS communicates using radio waves.
And because solar flares affect radio waves, Jacob's hypothesis is right.
Well, again, solar flares are only one possibility. You could also have coronal mass ejections and superflares.
What are coronal mass ejections?
Well, during some of the largest solar flares, the same magnetic changes that produce the flare can actually launch a billion-ton cloud of charged particles into space. These are called coronal mass ejections, or CMEs.
Do these clouds affect radio waves?
Oh, yes, they can. They also produce some of the most intense and widespread aurora. The thing is that they travel to the Earth much slower than the X-rays do from typical solar flares. It usually takes about 1 to 4 days for a CME to arrive at the Earth.
What is a superflare?
Well, fortunately for us, superflares are not very common. When they happen, though, they produce an amazing amount of energy.
How would a superflare affect the Earth?
Well, if you're an astronaut in space, a superflare could produce a life-threatening dose of radiation. Historical record also shows that some of the most powerful flares we've seen so far can produce satellite damage or loss of function.
Then our GPS really wouldn't work.
Well, that's right. Even the CME from a modest superflare like the one in 1989 caused a blackout in Quebec.
Wow, radiation, power shortages, these superflares sound extreme.
It's easy to see how something as strong as a superflare would have an effect on our GPS. But what effect would an average solar flare have?
Well, space weather includes all solar flares, CMEs, and superflares can disturb the ionosphere. These disturbances slow down the speed of the radio signals sent to the Earth from the GPS satellite, and the speed can vary from minute to minute.
And if the signal takes longer to get to Earth, then our GPS receiver will think that the satellite is further away and give the wrong position.
Because the speed changes from minute to minute, the GPS location varies as well. That's exactly what happened to us. What we need is some way to predict space weather.
And then we would know the best time to geocache.
And we'd be able to better protect and prepare our astronauts in space.
Well, that's right. NASA has been working for years to understand the complex relationship between the Earth and the Sun using sophisticated satellite systems such as ACE and SOHO. We also work with the image and timed satellite systems and sounding rockets launched here in Norway to study auroras and how electrons and auroral particles flow.
So NASA is at work all around the world.
That's right, and we work with communities of scientists and researchers all around the world to try to understand how space weather affects the Earth.
Thanks, Dr. Odenwald. You may have actually helped support Jacob's hypothesis.
And solve our problem with our walkie-talkies.
Did you say walkie-talkies?
Yes. We lost our radio signal with Jacob just before we called you.
There must have been another solar flare that affected both the walkie-talkies and the GPS. because they both use radio waves.
Yeah, but walkie-talkies don't usually use radio waves to travel up to the ionosphere and then back down. They usually use what's called a ground wave, which is basically line of sight between the receiver and the transmitter.
Oh no! Our hypothesis is incorrect.
What do we do now?
Well, don't panic. You did use careful reasoning after all, and your basic hypothesis about the GPS problem could still be correct. You just have to do more research.
Perhaps there's a way for us to find out if we had any solar activity on the first day of our problem and today.
Ah, I think you're onto something. I've got a friend at NOAA who might be able to help. I'll give you his email address.
But what about our walkie-talkie problem?
Well, walkie-talkies might require a completely separate hypothesis. Think about a common problem that affects small electronic devices when they're in the field.
What would that be?
How about bad batteries? Take care, kids. Good luck.
I'm not telling Jacob about this one.
Thanks, RJ, and good work. I thought I lost you for a few minutes, but I understand when nature calls. Over. Well, I got lucky. My hypothesis is correct after all.
I think it was more than just luck. You did good research.
We all did good research. Now all we need to do is plan our geocache and complete our assignment.
Let's not congratulate ourselves just yet. RJ said that NOAA might be able to confirm our hypothesis further.
That's true. You don't always know for certain that you're 100% correct.
Right, but hopefully they'll be able to help us get closer to the answer.
Let's plan our cache and wait for Tony's report from NOAA. I'm ready for coordinates.
North 37.
I'm meeting with Mr. Joe Kunches, who works with NOAA and the Space Environment Center here in Boulder, Colorado. He studies space weather and how to predict it. Hopefully, he can tell us whether there was any solar activity the day we experienced the problem with our GPS.
Space weather refers to conditions near the Earth that affect man-made technologies such as satellites and other human activities.
That's why it's so important to predict space weather.
Right. Satellites were once rare and mostly government-owned, but today they are more numerous and many are commercially owned. So that's why it's important to know where and when they may be affected.
Right. Satellites are very important in our lives, and also a nice addition to a well-balanced portfolio.
We heavily depend on satellites for weather information, television, communication, and navigation.
We have learned about predicting weather here on Earth, but how do you predict space weather?
Predictions are made primarily using data from satellites that monitor the sun. For example, NOAA's GOES and POES satellites help forecasters know atmospheric conditions at low Earth orbits and higher up.
Do you work with NASA satellites as well?
Yes, NASA's ACE satellite samples the solar wind, and SOHO allows forecasters to see the solar eruptions that cause space weather.
Are there other ways to monitor space weather?
Yes, we use data from the ground-based observatories run by the United States Air Force, as well as the magnetometer network run by the United States Geological Survey.
What is a magnetometer?
A magnetometer is an instrument that measures the behavior of the Earth's magnetic field and tells forecasters when a magnetic storm is developing.
Wow, you have a lot of data to monitor. How do you get it all?
We get data through the internet, dedicated telephone lines, and email. We also have our own antennas that receive data.
And once you have the data, you have to analyze it.
Forecasters continually monitor the space environment to provide short-term 3-day predictions.
They don't have daily space weather predictions on the news, so who receives your forecasts?
The alerts go to a number of places, such as private and commercial users, as well as other government agencies, such as NASA.
Do you send out alerts often?
It varies depending on the time of the solar cycle, but usually we average 20 to 30 alerts per week.
What's a solar cycle?
As you know, the Earth's weather changes over time with different seasons. The sun's weather does too. The changes on the sun are caused by the reversal of its magnetic poles.
I didn't realize that the poles of the sun switched.
Over an 11-year period, the reversal of the sun's poles completes half of its cycle. During this time, the number of sunspots seen on the surface of the sun goes from high to low and then back again.
Sounds intense.
Yes, the period with lots of sunspots is intense and is called sunspot maximum. The period with fewer sunspots is called sunspot minimum.
So during a sunspot maximum, there would be more solar flares and coronal mass ejections. We would see increased auroras and more disturbances in the ionosphere. causing problems with the satellite systems.
Good job, I think you have it. But remember that even during a sunspot minimum, there can still be lots of interference.
If you don't mind, I have one last question.
Sure, what's your question?
We're fairly certain that our GPS devices went crazy while we were geocaching due to a solar flare or space weather event that affected the ionosphere. Is there any way we can be sure that was the cause?
We can find out if an alert was issued for that date, but not if the storm affected your GPS device.
That makes sense.
Let's go over to the computer and check out the website.
You can find out all about space weather and geomagnetic storms when you visit NOAA's Space Environment Center website. NOAA confirmed that there was an alert while we were geocaching. We can't be certain, but we may have solved another mystery. Of course, I'm sending my report to the treehouse detectives. Hopefully, they will get it before they go to pick up Dr. D from the airport.
Look, it's Dr. D. Hi, Dr. D. We solved our mystery.
That's great. Did it have anything to do with batteries?
That's funny. Dr. Odenwald mentioned the same thing.
We did have a small battery problem, but not with our GPS.
Batteries aren't the problem. Remembering to check them can be.
Right. To solve our GPS problem, we actually researched electricity, magnetism,
Space weather, and auroras. We've learned all about how GPSs work.
It's amazing how many new things we can learn while we're trying to find the solution to our problem.
I was thinking about your problem as I was watching the auroras in Norway. It appears to me that the same space weather events that influenced the auroras probably also affected your GPS.
Dr. D, why didn't you tell us earlier? We came to the same conclusion.
Isn't it more fun to find the solution yourself?
You're right, and Tony's report from Colorado finally nailed it down.
Dr. Odenwald told us that storms on the sun can affect the ionosphere in ways that slow down the GPS signal, so that the receiver reads a false distance.
And Tony told us that there had been a space weather advisory the day that we had the problems.
But don't worry, Dr. D. We know that that doesn't necessarily mean the storm caused the problem.
But it is a very possible solution.
Did you consider a multi-path signal error?
What's that?
It's an inaccuracy caused when the GPS signals bounce off of buildings or large rock surfaces.
Well, we weren't around any buildings, and I don't remember seeing any large rocks.
I don't mean to alarm you. I really think your explanation is probably the best in this situation. I'm just trying to keep you on your toes.
Thanks, Dr. D. Can you tell us about the auroras that you saw? What colors were they?
Did they really dance around in the sky?
Yes, they did. Let's take one question at a time. Colors of the auroras were absolutely wonderful. Mostly kind of a pale green, little red along the borders.
I got. Been running since 5 o'clock.
All right. I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is the Beautification Arts Advisory Committee on October 16th, 2023. We do have a quorum to get started. I'd also like to start off by welcoming Laura and Daphne to the committee. This is their first meeting tonight, so welcome, ladies. First order of business is we need to approve minutes from the last meeting. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Our first topic for discussion is the underpass mural. David, anybody over there, would you like to give us an update or kind of a briefing on this, especially since we've got a couple new members and I had some questions?
Yeah, I will turn that over to Kathy. She has an email that we sent out to the school.
I had reached out to the art teacher at the school, and she said that they would be happy to paint a mural. We had reached out to them about the underpass on the walkway. Greenway, and she just is asking, we need to provide a date we'd like it to be finished, and what would the subject matter need to include. So she wants those ideas so that they could come up with an image for us.
Is there any feedback for who proposed this project?
I'm actually the one that was kind of really wanting something like this. I would like to actually have this as a inaugural year where seniors from the high school can start beautifying that area. Every year have one side to really put their take on beauty underneath there, and let them have like a way to make this city a better place. Kind of like let them get involved a little bit. I actually, after thinking about it, I know I said originally I don't really care, I just want them to make something beautiful or whatever. But after, like, if they really need a prompt, if it's okay with y'all, or if you guys have other ideas, it's fine. But what I was thinking about is beauty through your eyes. And that way, that could be really still open to so many different possibilities, because I want them to really have a voice and really not just be limited on what they can and cannot do. But it is also still focusing on beautifying the city. And so it just lets them have a voice. And I think if we were to do this as a senior project every year inaugurally, starting this year, I think no later than the spring time frame. And this way they have time to really come up with ideas. I think this is also a good opportunity for them to get involved in the community and the government, because I think this is something we need to have approved through different sectors, because this isn't going to be like they create something and then just run with it. Since it's going to be for our city, we need to have it approved by, I don't know if we're going to be able to do it through us, because our next meeting I think is April 15th. But at least through BOMA or something, they would have to come before the city and say, this is our project, this is what we really would like to do for our city. And it gets them actually in even City Hall to really, I mean, there are plenty of citizens that are not even that age group that have not set foot in here to really voice their opinions and what they want to see the city become. And I think this is a great opportunity to bring the youth in here and start learning, hey, this is how a city is run. And it's a fun way of doing it. It's not too serious. It's just a fun way to do it, I think. That's my vision of all of this. It's more than just a mural to me. It's an opportunity for the youth to learn, grow, and be involved.
I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
Now, the underpass, are you saying where the railroad is, or on the Greenway? Where the little...
The Greenway.
Okay. That area floods also, so we may need to look at what kind of materials that you're going to use to paint? And number two, are they going to do a collage? And you're saying doing it every year? You can only paint so much.
It would be every year it would change. So
okay, I got
if you're walking under the greenway,
Mhm.
maybe they could start on, they can choose the right or the left, probably the left because that's the one that they see first whenever you're walking underneath there. But then every year, so next year would have the right side.
Okay.
And then the following year, then the left side would be then taken over by the next class.
Okay, so to start with a fresh canvas. Now, are we going to approach the art department at the high school?
Yeah, that's what she said. We
Yeah.
did. The art teacher said they'd be interested. We just need to provide them the information we want to be put into the image.
Okay, then who would actually design it? The students?
The students would be creating a design. I believe that giving them the proposal of, like I said, beauty through your eyes, and then especially if the teacher is overseeing it, they would definitely have discretion on what's appropriate, what's not appropriate for the city. And then, of course, again, they would need to come in some form before city officials to make sure that this is approved by the city as well, to make sure it's appropriate, because obviously we don't want to just give children free rein. I mean, there's Right,
on what they
seniors,
decide.
but also another thing is that they do need to come up with a game plan for volunteers, chaperones even, to like say, are they doing what they're supposed to be doing? Are they following the game plan like they said? It's a huge project that we're asking them to do, and it probably does need oversight by volunteers, and that's something that they need to probably come up with as well, is adult chaperones to help out with the project too.
Or make it a part of their senior project through art and get credit for it. That's how you get kids going.
Yeah, and that's kind of my vision, is this being a, ultimately, yeah, like you said, a senior project, and it could be something. I mean, it's a fun way to get them involved in our city, because
I concur.
So I think the project in itself is a great idea. I think this is a great idea. My only reservation about this is I'm not sure that the Greenway is the right space for it. And the reason why I say that is because the Greenway is to be natural, right? We want to keep it green. We want to keep the environment as natural as possible. Again, that's what I'm kind of looking at you, David. Do you have any recommendations for alternative sites? Is there somewhere out at Veterans or something that would be a more appropriate site?
I don't think there's anything available at Veterans. When we first got started with the mural on City Hall, the next obvious choice that was thrown out by this board was the underpass. I don't know, Andrew, is there something I'm missing? Is there another way?
Nothing that comes to mind. I mean, the only thing that possibly might be is the multi-purpose building, but if that was to ever change, the only issue I see there is if it was to ever change and not be a parks building, then that idea of having somebody come every year, or if the building was to be torn down and repurposed, something of that nature, then that would not be there, so we'd have to find another solution. So, but that would be the only thing that I would think would be an available space at this moment. Like I said, I know in the past that they have talked about repurposing that building for other city departments, so that would be my only reservation there.
And piggyback off of, is it Kara?
Kara.
Kara, off of what you're saying, if they do a mural, do one that it's eco-friendly and fits with the environment, like a scenic, like the woods, the water rushing through, like a landscape, actual trees and flowers, and that would be on there, and that the paint or whatever they use, the supplies, it would be eco-friendly, as opposed to just something abstract. And maybe not every year, because then we're going to look into supplies and what it's going to cost, but just start out tenuously with just a mural of LaVergne, of the green, because, I mean, it's what Old French for the beautiful green hills. We have hills. That would be a good I think, sight to see while walking versus concrete, and maybe actually then the following year for another project, depending on how that paint lasts or whatever they use, media, find another project that they could actually help beautify, like the multi-purpose building or whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And there's another underpass over here and one further down. So that's what I was wondering, which underpass, because both of them flood. One is right back here on the Greenway right
Yeah,
past the
that's the
baseball
one
field.
that we were talking about. I'm trying to figure out where the other
The other one is
underpass
further down the road on the, how can I? You know where the bridge is? There's a pedestrian bridge, and there's a bridge that actually the traffic goes over. And I was thinking that as an underpass, but it's really a bridge, so it's clear now. My mind wasn't focused on that one for a while.
Yeah, as
Okay.
far as city property and buildings, unless there's something that we're not thinking of now, I really don't know any other direction that we could go in other than, I don't know what the possibility of one of the concession stand areas would be, or a press box, you know, but our ball leagues run out of there. So I don't know if we did that, if that would have to be something kind of sports related to that. Yeah. I wish I had a direction to tell you guys to go in. You know, this is probably only our third meeting, so it's relatively new to all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And it got started with the mural here on City Hall, which that was an obvious, we knew it was going to go on City Hall, it's just which side to go to. So then it was, what are we going to do next? Does it have to be a mural? That idea was thrown out there. I mean, we can go in a different direction if that's what this board wants to choose also.
I mean, we could do, like, for a test run, a natural beauty one. I just think that this is something, it would be a unique project for the youth. I mean, if you guys want to keep the beauty there, I mean, and the thing is that if that's the direction we want to go through, not just this year, but the following years, I just feel like this is something, I wish that we kind of had more options, because I understand your reservations about it. But I mean, if we want to move forward with this,
The reason,
because the thing is that, like you were saying, my thing is that when I saw it, all I see is concrete.
Right.
And that's what I'm like, so I wish something was beautiful here. And if it's just natural beauty, and it's, like you said, and when I say natural beauty, I'm meaning, like you were saying, a nice landscape or something like that, and keep it nature-based.
Right.
I think that's still not a bad idea. I think that's still towards a direction. The big issue that I really want to focus on is letting kids have a opportunity to leave their mark on the city. And they can still do that through what you're suggesting.
yeah, and this is definitely something we can continue to explore, you know, years down the road. And that was kind of my logic in trying to look for an alternative site, is because I don't want to limit their creativity, right? To say,
So just
this is what it's got to be, especially when we're talking young adults here, you know.
Yeah. Oh, and that, exactly, yeah.
Well, the thing is, too, I don't think that we can wait till April the 15th. If we're going to start moving on this, we can't postpone it until next year to next year. So if we're going to do it, let's just set another date that we'll meet, decide if we're going to do it, which I think is a great idea. Do one for landscaping, let the teacher and the art students come up with a design. And what is this?
Well, I mean, are we in agreement to that right now? Because it seems like most of us have said that.
Yeah, I think, I mean.
We're okay with a natural.
Well, I can make would I have to make a motion for the theme to be natural beauty through your eyes? And then we can agree on that, and then she can send it on to the city, the school, and let them know that we would like to have this done by spring. Would I have to do that, or?
Kathy, I think possibly you could just send her a communication, correct? Telling them that this is what our thoughts and ideas are.
I can.
And then if they want to give us whatever their expected timeline is.
I can just let her know the natural beauty. We want to continue the landscape from the walkway or greenway. And then if they draft it, I guess we could either email it out. I was trying to see when.
Yeah,
what
there's a
meeting
couple of
dates were
ways, and I
available.
think she's checking to see if we can get another meeting scheduled. If we can't, worst comes to worst, if the school came back with some ideas, we could forward them to you guys in email form. If we needed an agreement on something, as long as you guys responded individually and not in a group, I think we would be covered there.
I think I'm going to propose to Bruce Richardson that maybe we meet again in January, after the holidays. I think might be a good time.
I think that's the time frame we did it last year. That's what I was trying to look and
Yeah.
see. So January 22nd would be the Monday in January if we don't have any other meetings. I think we're open that month.
Okay, and in between now and then, are we basically requesting that the school, the students from the school, one, create a landscape that we would like for and decide on it, as well as have like a list of volunteers on who's going to be doing this, with it being also adult volunteers along it, what day they would suggest doing, because we would like it in the spring. Is that something that would be fair to ask of them to be ready to present to us on January 22nd?
I think the image would probably be fair.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure about the list of volunteers.
Okay.
They would have to have it done before the school's over in May, and they wouldn't be able to do it, probably, I wouldn't think, probably April and May would be the months.
I feel
with the
like that
weather
would be a
purposes.
fine timeline
Yeah.
to have it finished, wrapped up by the
Right.
time school ends.
I don't know if they'd be able to provide a list of volunteers at that time, though.
Okay.
But they may be able to provide a couple of images. So if we could reach out to the school, say if Kathy can reach out to them tomorrow and kind of relay some of the ideas, and we can set a next meeting up for January the 22nd. Is that something that you guys would want them at, or would you be okay if they sent us some images, or all of us, and we just discuss those without their presence? And decided on
I think if our goal is to get them involved in city government as well, that they come to.
I would like to see them here just to present it and say, here's what we came up with, and maybe like, do you think 3 options?
I think that's great, three options,
options,
and
yeah.
have them do their presentation.
All right. I think we're all really at least close to the same page of like what we're envisioning.
So if we reach out and say we prefer like nature or a wildlife landscape, we want something native to Tennessee. We don't want a koala bear hanging off
That's
the
right.
vine.
That's right. Yes.
An armadillo. But something even along the lines of the lake, because we're right here on the lake. Just follow that theme, that water with the theme, and our trees that is natural to LaVergne, Rutherford County.
We could even say Tennessee landscape.
No,
I don't-
because then you've got mountains, and we don't have mountains here.
True.
So if we just keep it within our own community, our theme, I think that would be more apropos.
What time on January 22nd does it look like we'd be?
It'd be
probably
7.
normal,
We have a
yeah.
6 o'clock meeting every Monday, or every month for, so this would be the 7 o'clock time.
Do we need to make a proposal or put it on the floor to vote or what? I don't, because I'm not a
Yeah.
parliamentarian. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, I have a couple other things that I wanted to talk about this evening other than the underpass. I had a few more ideas that I kind of wanted to throw out there. Number one is just my concerns for the appearance coming off of the interstate exit. As you come off onto Thornton's there, you're kind of met by just debris on the Thornton's hillside. And I know and correct me if I'm wrong, David, that's more of a codes enforcement, correct?
Yeah, it would be codes, and depending on actually which areas you're talking about. Some of that may be state property too.
Right. So that's kind of to my next point, is that I don't know who I need to contact or whether I should talk to Michael Dietz, but I'd like to kind of push TDOT a little bit as far as why our exit looks the way it does. And I know we had construction, some other things going on compared to Sam Ridley's exit, for example, where they have lush greenery. I don't even see that anybody's attempted to replant seed off of our exit. And that's all city property, correct?
As far as I'm aware
that's state property.
It's probably state property, and I don't know if Michael Dietz could point you in the right direction, or maybe the city's engineer, Gary Lyde, may be able to do that.
Okay. And then the next thing that I kind of wanted to throw out there was, again, more to do with where you come off the interstate onto Waldron Road there. I'd really like to see us do some landscaping, a welcome to LaVergne sign, and that's, I don't know, Smyrna Ready Mix is right down the way here. They've done business in LaVergne for quite a while. I don't know if there's something that they would be willing to donate, give us a good deal on as far as creating some kind of welcoming signage.
Where were you wanting to put that again? I'm sorry, I was
just somewhere along Waldron as you're coming off the interstate there, coming into the city. It's very industrial, that's all. It's not very welcoming, I don't think, to residential.
True.
We've got a lot of people coming to the area. We're fixing to build all those homes over on Arbor Ridge. I just think that would really create a good impression on the city of LaVergne if people that are coming to look to buy those homes, to start their families here, that they're not seeing the trash on Thornton's Hillside, and they've got a nice exit that they're coming off of, that this looks like a welcoming place, an inviting place to live. So those were just kind of 3 brief ideas that I've kind of been on my plate lately, that I'll see if I can get in touch with some more people prior to our next
We
meeting.
can reach out to the Public Works Director tomorrow and fill him out and see if he can point us in the right direction.
Yeah.
Like the median in the middle of town, the city maintains that, but that's actually state property. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
So I know at one time they were talking about how the state can beautify the median in town. So I don't know. Let us reach out to him and figure out and find out where we're at on this and who owns it and what we can do to move forward with that.
What about that fencing that's just beyond the light there?
Be honest with you, I haven't been on that side of town in a minute.
time.
So are you aware?
Are you talking about the fencing when you come off the interstate that's directly behind
Right in front of you, behind the light,
behind the
yeah.
red
There's a
light?
lot of growth over top of that.
Yeah, I know back several years ago, Public Works kind of sprayed it, but I don't know if that's, like I said, that's TDOT property or not.
Okay.
But we could definitely find out about that
I
also.
think that is TDOT,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken. Because it's like part of that.
Because that's really close to like the park and ride.
Oh, that's over by the pump house, close to the pump house?
Close to the pump house, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can definitely check into that.
Anybody else got questions, concerns, ideas, anything?
Just to bounce back, I know for just a minute, I'm sorry, I know we left the subject, but just something I just thought of, just so that way we can, if anyone that comes to us, one, will BOMA have to approve this landscape that we're suggesting for the seniors to do? Or is this something that we can approve of by ourselves?
The landscaping?
Or
Yeah.
The landscape of the
mural.
The mural.
The mural, ideally, it would come to you guys. I'm not 100% sure BOMA would have to approve it. I don't know if I think we just took the other mural in front of them just as a courtesy to be in the know. I think as long as this board was good with it.
Yeah, I
of course we
think
would
as long as there's no financials tied to
Yeah.
it, I don't know
Right.
that that's something for us to vote on.
Right, and that was
Yeah.
going to actually be my next, are we going to be asking the students and the school to provide the,
Like the funding for
product?
some
Well, I
materials.
think that was part of the teacher's original.
I think it was presented to
required.
them that the city was
Yeah.
supplying the materials for the lands. They were just designing and doing the labor.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. And I think that is fair personally. However, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. I feel like, I mean, the huge part is the labor part. And again, we're going to be having to invest in murals anyways. We're going to be having to put money into the city anyways. As long as we're doing it in a logical way, I don't see why we shouldn't be able to do that. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same understanding of that. I wanted to make sure I understood the whole situation properly, essentially. Okay.
All right. Anything else? No? All right. Well, thank you, David. Thank you, guys, for all your hard work. We appreciate you putting all that together for us today. And with that, I call this meeting adjourned.
All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is October the 16th, 2023. We have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. First line of business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
Motion to approve.
I'll second. Motion to approve from Ms. Davidson and a second from Mr. Autry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, we'll jump right into it. I guess goblins and goodies. Is that Miss Kathy?
It is. Goblins and Goodies, and the Zombie Night is this Saturday, October 21st. From the Goblins and Goodies is 2 to 4, and then the Zombie Night starts at 5. Right now we have about 30 booths registered. I've got 2 face painters coming. They're going to paint the kids' faces for free. Zombie Night from 5 to 6 is a dance-off. Steve will be the DJ. And then at 6 o'clock, we'll present the top 3 dance winners with gift cards. And then the movie will start around 6:15, 6:30, and it's the Addams Family 2. It is animated.
David?
Sir.
What's the weather going to be like?
Excellent. Have you looked that far ahead?
I have.
It looks excellent.
It looks excellent.
That's right.
Anybody got any questions or comments about the Goblins and Goodies? And next up will be Veterans Day.
All right, our Veterans Day ceremony is November 11th at 11 a.m. We have moved it to City Hall again this year. Right now, I've got 2 speakers lined up, Brian Morris and Bill Timpson. I am still trying to get a 3rd speaker. The LaVergne High School choir member, the choir director, has suggested one of the members to sing the national anthem. I've reached out to her, so she will sing it. A Rolling Thunder member will play taps again this year, and then PD will do the 21-gun salute.
And we're doing that here in the boardroom.
In the boardroom, correct. Yes.
Kathy has asked me, I'll ask you guys, we need one more speaker. I'll ask the people that may be watching at home. We'd like to have a ex-military person that can speak for Veterans Day.
About a 10-minute speech.
About 10 minutes, preferably someone who can not only talk about their experience briefly, but can communicate the meaning of Veterans Day and such to the people. So if you all know of anybody, reach out to Kathy. And I thought about Rick.
I already tried him.
Rick's like me. He don't do good speaking.
Well, just out of curiosity, I don't know if you've had him here to speak, but the gentleman that posted the signs out for veterans out in the parking lot, he came before the county, and I thought he came before the city. Big veterans, so.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could think of his name or
Well, it was
whatever.
he came and did a presentation for the city, and now you have the parking spaces out there. So you might have to
Okay.
dig through.
He helped coordinate, get those the reserved parking spots?
Mhm.
Okay. I know who to ask for now.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Any questions? All right. I know this is one that everybody's looking forward to. It's probably Andrew about the soccer.
So far, the RFP, the city attorney has that. So once he approves all the language, that will go live on the city webpage. And as far as back in August when GIF came out, he has reached out to me last week, so he is still interested as far as putting in his proposal. So, but once we get that, of course, we'll notify him, and then whoever else wants to place a bid for rec league soccer here in LaVergne.
Just throwing out, let's say, so today is the 16th. Let's say we put the RFP out November 1st. how long will it stay out before they'll shut it off?
Felicia may be better able to answer. Is it 2 weeks?
We keep it out at least 10 days to 2 weeks. So I'm looking at a calendar. If we got it out the first, which it wouldn't go out the first, it would go in the paper on a Tuesday. So the first Tuesday we could get in the paper, we would have it within 2 weeks. We would schedule it for 2 weeks, unless they decided to go, some things like that, we'd go 3 to 4 weeks just to give them more time to come up with what they want to do. Because an RFP is totally different from a bid. A request for proposal is them telling us what they're going to do for us.
So the
A
early,
bid is pretty strict of this is what we want, bid on just this.
so with everything being equal, the earliest that it would,
Evan got that last week, so I'm hoping that sometime this week we'll be told that it's okay.
when did he get it, Felicia?
Last week.
We won't go there. So with everything being equal, December's meeting for Boma?
We would ideally like it it would have to come before this board, whichever organization or multiples to present. Our next meeting looks like it's the 20th of November. I don't know if that's probably going to be pushing it. I don't want to say that's pushing it, but that's, that may be pushing it. So whatever we do, we would like for it to come before this board. If it pushes into December, I don't believe we have a meeting scheduled for December. So hopefully we can go ahead and get that out and hit that time frame of here in November.
And I'm going to turn to Laura. I've been meaning to ask you, and I completely forgot. Have you heard anything else about the green space down there where you live?
So at our homeowners association meeting, we cannot take any further steps until we are sent a proposal from the city of LaVergne. So that's where we're at, because it would be a lease option. And so we can't come to you because obviously it's ours. And so the conversation leaned towards you have to come to us. So we want to lease this piece of property for X amount of time, and this is what we're willing to do with it. So that's up to you.
The last time we leased that piece of property from them, what did we pay? Anybody know?
$1.
That's what I
And
was.
that's not what the board, I don't believe they're willing to consider that at this time. But you submit your proposal and then we can come back to you with thoughts on that.
Yeah, I don't want to tell you my thoughts about that.
Well, you asked.
Any more questions?
No, well, the thing about the soccer RFP, I'm 100% behind soccer. We need it. This community has longed for soccer.
Absolutely.
But going into it, when and if we do get some proposals in, just say it's multiple or it's a single, we all need to think about, can we provide what that organization is going to need? Or is that organization going to be bigger than us and outgrow us? Is the city going to be willing to put forth the resources to make sure it thrives? Right now we have limited green space. Is it prudent to bring in an organization that is already established that's bringing teams in here? I don't know. That'd be up for this board to decide. We move forward, though, I think we need to keep our focus on what's best for the rec league kids and not. We've been down the road of travel ball and organizations that cater to that, and we saw where that got us. And we're just now getting our head up out of water with an organization that's coming in doing the right thing. Not saying any organization would not do the right thing. I just don't want us to put the cart before the horse and say, yeah, we have to have it here so bad, and then we get an organization that is going to make demands on us that we're not going to be able to fulfill, if that makes sense. you know.
Yeah,
So everybody can go by and say, oh, there's open green space right there. Let's throw a couple nets out there and play. Ideally, that is a good idea because my kids did it when they were little. They don't need a whole lot of structure. 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds don't need a whole lot of structure. But when you got an organization in here that is making money off of concession stands, how do we provide that? You know, so there's a bunch of moving parts to it. I definitely think it can work out. I definitely think it's something that we have missed. But I just, you know, I want everybody, and I don't seem like I'm preaching. I just want everybody to go into it with an open mind and saying, yeah, we can do it, but there's going to be some growing pains.
That we
Definitely will be.
absolutely agree with you. We have said from the first day we started this conversation on this board, rec ball has to be first. And while there may be organizations that have other teams out there, then that means they currently have somewhere. This coming to LaVergne with soccer is going to be a brand new start for our kids, and they have to be first. And I'm just not willing to give in on that at all. I see these kids every day, and they are just finding any kind of green space to play soccer in. So now let's give them a structured environment to play in and watch them grow from that. So I agree with you. I do want us to be very careful with this RFP and making sure that the main focus is on our rec kids.
I think it'd be real important for any organization that we award this to understand that where we are as well, and know that, you know, we're not going to have all of these great facilities for them to come into right off the bat. And, you know, things will have to, you know, they'll have to work with us as far as what they need and what we can provide and how we can make things better, you know, one step at a time. I know that some of the things we've talked about were very, very expensive. And I realize that that's not going to happen overnight. So whoever comes in, you know, they need to understand, you know, that this will be an easing in process for both parties, I think.
It's going to be a work in progress, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I think we could all grow. You know, the city's going to grow. The facilities are going to have to grow. Just at what pace? You know, we don't want to say, yeah, we're promising you this and not being able to deliver. You know. But whichever route we go, it's going to have to come before this board first for approval.
Giles, anything to say?
I'm in agreement with the board. I believe it'll be great for LaVergne, but it has to be a space found for it and feasible for both parties. We can't go into debt as a city trying to appease somebody who might leave just because we're not growing as fast as they would.
Andrew?
I agree with Giles. I mean, he said it, hit the nail on the head, basically. You know, our main concern is we don't want to provide a league with expectations and not be able to provide the resources in a couple of years. Because we don't want to have the same scenario where, you know, our baseball league, we've had so many different organizations come in. We don't want to start that with soccer. We want somebody that's going to be established and be here for the long haul, 10, 15 years minimum, and not just come in here 2 years and bail on us. Just because, like I said, the city's not able to, or whatever the case may be, not be able to put the resources up here. And because 2 years is it sounds like a long time, but it's not. It's overnight, basically, for the city.
Well, and when you're starting from scratch, too. So I'm kind of hoping that whoever we get is thinking long-term, and they do want to be here with us and work with us to help bring the amenities that they want, that we want. So that's ultimately, I think that would be the best fit for us as somebody that wants to grow with us.
And they're going to have to be willing to put something into it, too. They can't expect us to, for example, go up there and put turf on that football field, and that's just not going to happen in the next couple of years with the city. We don't have that kind of money.
Yeah, and I think somewhere when it all comes down to it, we can find a happy medium somewhere. Steve, I've heard you say it 1,000 times. Kids don't care where they play. Throw some nets up there. And we do have some green space. It's just, is our green space going to be, is somebody willing to accept what we have to offer more so than us accept what they have to offer?
All right, good discussion. Parade of Lights.
Parade of Lights this year is on December 2nd. It will have the Winter Festival from 3 to 8. Parade will start at City Hall at 5 p.m. and end at the park. We'll have the same format vendors. The choir will sing national anthem. We'll have the tree lighting. B&B fireworks. We'll do the fireworks after the tree lighting. Pictures with Santa. We do have a grand marshal in mind, and we have 2 themes that we would like y'all to help us narrow down to one, that both those themes would fit the grand marshal that we are extending the invitation to. It's one of them's Peace on Earth, and the second one is I'll Be Home for Christmas. Both of those fall in line if this person accepts.
Will you email us?
I
Or
will.
is that something we don't want to talk about here, do we?
Yeah, I think we can talk about it here since it's an organized meeting.
Yeah.
Well, if there's 2 of them, we're supposed to choose between them?
Right, the 2 themes. There's one
But
grand
not
marshal.
there's not 2 people.
No, it's one person that
Okay,
we've
then I'm-
extended the invitation to, but
Then I'm
both
out,
of these.
I'm anxious to hear the person.
She can't tell you. Gotta
That's
pick
what
the
I
theme
just thought.
first.
No, I thought
Accepted yet.
they've not accepted. I
Oh.
thought you meant, could you make a decision on one of the?
No, that's why I was saying, can you,
No, not until, unfortunately, till I get next.
okay.
Yeah.
And,
I'll Be Home for Christmas, I think sounds better.
I think that's pretty cool. The other one, of course, you know, Peace on Earth is pretty cool too, so they're both, but what about the skate rink, Andrew?
So we'll be putting that up, of course, the same as we've done last year over on the tennis court. And if you want the dates, I can give you the official dates. Let me
Yeah, that's why
pull
I'm
those
asking.
up for you. So the first day of the ice rink will be December the 1st. That'll be it's a Friday night, 5 to 9 at night. On December the 2nd, which will be the day of the parade, it'll be open from 12 to 8. December the 3rd will be 12 to 6. Then we'll have Friday, December the 8th, 5 to 9. Saturday, December 9th, 12 to 6. Sunday, December 10th from 12 to 6. And then our last weekend will be Saturday, December the 16th from 12 to 6. And then Sunday, December the 17th from 12 to 6.
You guys will be posting those hours.
Yes, that'll be posted out on social media.
What day will be the, for special needs?
We haven't picked a date yet.
Okay, but as Rick said, you'll be,
Yeah, that'll be,
We are planning on having at least a couple of hours set aside for a special needs gate.
and what time's the parade start?
the parade starts at 5 p.m.
From City Hall?
from City Hall, and it'll end in the park at the Winter Festival.
Will the skating be the same process? You get tickets, hot
Yeah.
cocoa,
Yeah,
come back?
Same as last year. You sign a waiver, get your skates. We did hot cocoa and stuff on the parade night. Usually the other nights it's just come and hang out and skate.
Gotcha.
So, let me see if I can throw her under the bus here. Is Sheila and she gonna be setting up the senior center and having cookies? Oh, she is. Well, I feel good then. I thought maybe I had something going on.
No, we told them we wouldn't change anything, so that was part of it last year. No sense in not doing it again. They need to keep going with what they've got.
So you're gonna make the cocoa and bring the big coolers out and cookies? Awesome. Awesome. Any questions from the board before we,
Well, as far as the theme, did we have a majority on that? I know a couple said, I'll be home for Christmas.
we vote that now? Rick, what do you think? I'll be home for Christmas or peace on earth?
I like peace on earth.
Laura?
Me too. Peace on earth.
Felicia?
I'll be home for Christmas.
I like peace on earth, given the climate of the world right now. I think that'd be
Amen.
perfect.
Absolutely.
So I don't have to vote, so it sounds to me like peace on earth. I like that. Yeah.
That works.
When you gonna reach out to this person?
I've already reached out. I'm just waiting on a response. So I will hopefully have an answer, I would hopefully no later on Wednesday.
Okay.
So,
All right. So our next meeting, I'm about afraid to say this, our next meeting will be November the 20th
Friendship is over.
at 6 p.m. Now that is Thanksgiving week, so that may or may not happen. Okay? If it doesn't, then we'll send out an email. Rick, you got any comments before we?
I don't think so. It's been a good meeting. We've covered a lot.
Laura?
Nope. As always, thank you for everything that you do. We appreciate you.
Giles?
No, I agree. Second everybody. Good meeting.
And Miss Felicia?
Good meeting, good conversation.
All right, so peace on earth it is, and hopefully we'll see you guys Saturday. No, I see Rick Friday, because he's got to be a judge at the senior center. And I'll see the rest of you hopefully Saturday at Goblins and Goodies. Be there a little before 2, and hopefully the weather will be really nice if we keep David away. And I'll call this meeting adjourned.
just here on the corner. And then there's more subdivisions to the south of Frank Walkup, but quite a bit of vacant land that's just wooded, quite a bit of that land around it currently. And this is the zoning map, of course. So the orange color is for R1 low-density residential. So this project, they've been requesting acceptance for several months. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Light. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. All of the punch list comments that are shown have been addressed. We have no outstanding items.
Excellent. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? We'll entertain a motion if none.
Make a motion to give a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
Second.
We have a motion for a favorable and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Items number 4 has been withdrawn and number 5 has been deferred, Mr. Logan?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. Item number 6, site plan, commercial shell building, lot 3, new building totaling 7,206 square feet on 1.96 acres, requested by James Lukens. Property located at 5486 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 18B, Group E, parcel 5.02, C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District. Property owned by Jamshid Sharifi, Jamshid Mohibi, and Payman Baruzi. Mr. Logan.
So this is a request for site plan approval for the property on Murfreesboro Road, and this property is next to, not immediately adjacent, but 2 lots down from the Washtopia Car Wash. So you can see there on the screen, this is the existing building that's been there about 4.5 years. And it's been under construction all of that time, so it's not been CO'd as of yet. But you're probably familiar with that building since it's been there a while. Over here, just closer to the railroad tracks, so that'd be just west of this existing building, is where the applicant would like to build a second retail center. So in the wider view, you can see Walmart to the upper right corner, and all of the Walmart parking area. And this property is zoned C2, of course, which is commercial, as is the rest of Murfreesboro Road. So we're looking at these parcels here. And recently the property, you probably remember, had a plat, and so it takes a while for that plat to work through the system. So the GIS is still showing the 2 lots. As of tonight. So here's a site photo, and there was an older building that was demolished some time ago, but it was basically like a garage that was a metal building. So that was torn down, and this is the remaining concrete from that structure. And then you can see the existing other retail center that's been there for about 4.5 years. So this is the site plan that was submitted, and you can see the existing building there on the right of the screen. And the
That's not it. That's the old one.
Oh, well, we have the paper ones. I think they didn't submit it on time, so
okay.
If they don't submit, the old one stays in. They did bring the paper ones late, which is what Jake will pass out to you all. This is for truckies. Oh, okay. Well, then they didn't submit at all.
No, they did, because I got this one. So there's my copy. You can show everybody. It's important because the driveway line up.
They had asked him to do that.
So has staff reviewed these plans?
Yes, these are the plans that engineering and utilities
I
reviewed.
think the only change was the driveway. So.
And they tidied up some stuff.
There hasn't been any change except realigning that drive. And if y'all remember, a couple weeks ago, the applicant did not want to do that, so that's kind of what's caused all of the confusion. And they did not resubmit on time, which staff has no control over that, so you've got the old plan on the screen.
Like cleaning.
We can only baby so much.
So, just to clarify again, Bo, so the paper plan's the ones they've submitted or not submitted?
That's the resubmittal.
That's the resubmittal.
It's the latest.
Okay, and it is the one that engineering and utilities reviewed, and all comments were addressed.
Okay.
So we're satisfied with this.
Yes.
Paper set plans.
And it includes I'm not seeing it includes lining up with the driveways?
Correct.
Okay. And then,
The same drawing that Mr. Lukens passed out to y'all the other day.
okay. And Ms. Logan, just a quick question. It meets the parking requirements?
It does. Yeah, nothing has changed, like I said, except that driveway, which I understand from 2 weeks ago, the applicant didn't want to do that. But I think as you all urged them, they have decided to do that. But that's the only difference on what's on the screen and what is on the paper that you just saw.
I think the alignment is much better than what it was, so we appreciate that. Do we have any other questions or comments from the board?
Make a motion to accept as
Thank you, ma'am.
submitted in paper.
We have a motion to accept as submitted from the paper copy. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Item number 7. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 1, property located off Blair Road, requested by SEC Inc., PDR Planned Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
So this is another request for subdivision acceptance, and this time it's at Portico Place. So you can see on the screen, this is off of Blair Road, just at the end of Sam Ridley Parkway, where it ends in Smyrna. And get back. So the acceptance is for all of these lots that you see here in the GIS. Just to clarify that. And then this is the zoning map. This is zoned PDR, which is planned density residential. And here are some site photos. That were taken last week. So since it's an acceptance, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Lyde. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All of the punch list items that are specific to Phase 1, which is what's being requested, have been addressed.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, just one question for the staff, if I could.
Please,
Just
sir.
a question for staff. So, I understand we're doing the recommendation for the acceptance. On item 4, they withdrew it. Is there a reason why they're withdrawing it for Section 2, Phase 2, and we're moving forward with Section 1, Phase 1? Just want to clarify.
The reason is that the Phase 2 is tied directly to the Blair Road improvements that are not complete yet. Phase 1 is not.
Thank you.
So we're holding them up on that.
Any further questions or comments? We'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion for a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
We have a motion for favorable and a second by Mayor Cole. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 9. Let's get moving. Nope. Item number 8. See, glad I looked. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, amendment to the zoning ordinance, amend Article 4, Section 4.010, off-street parking requirements, presented by Mr. Kyle Brown, Mr. Bo Logan. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. So this is just a continuation of the discussion that's ongoing about reducing the overall amount of parking for high-density developments. I know last workshop 2 weeks ago we passed out some handouts, so I don't know if there's been discussion. I didn't hear directly from anyone about it after the workshop, so I don't know if there were changes to be made, but
I'm going to make a motion to defer to next month on this. I think that we need to get this a little bit more hashed out.
I'll second that motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We'll address that at workshop. Item number 9, Preliminary plat, Cheney Place, creation of easements on 4.3 acres requested by SEC Inc., property located on Cheney Boulevard, tax map 28, parcels 10 and 11, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Old South Properties Inc. Mr. Logan.
So this is preliminary plat, request for approval, and this is the Cheney Place development. This plat will create easements for driveways, parking, etc. And this property is zoned R3, which is high-density residential zoning. So on the screen, you can see the two existing dwellings that are on the property. And this is Cheney, roughly in the middle of the image. To the bottom right is LaVergne High School. So it's not too far away from this development. And the zoning is R3, which is the green color shown there on the map. So this is the plat that was submitted by the applicant. It shows the layout of the easements for the future development. They are proposing 50 townhomes at this site. And I believe all the technical comments were already addressed. So that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments? Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion to accept, sir?
Yes.
A motion to accept. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 10, site plan, Cheney Place. 5 townhomes on 4.3 acres requested by SEC Inc., property located on Cheney Boulevard.
5?
50. My apologies. Thank you, Mayor. Let's start over. Site plan, my apologies, Old South. Site plan, Cheney Place, 50 townhomes on 4.3 acres requested by SEC Inc., property located on Cheney Boulevard, tax map 28, parcels 10 and 11, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Old South Properties Inc. Mr. Logan. Thank you, Mayor.
So this is the request for site plan approval that goes along with the previous item. And you can see, again, here's the property with the 2 existing dwellings. And they'll be demolished with this project. And then this is fronting Cheney, and then behind to the east side is Summit Lane. And then there's the zoning map again and the property. So this is the driveway that leads up to the dwelling you can see there in the photo. And then south of this one is a mobile home. And again, they'll be demolished or moved for this, so construction can take place. So the site plan is there on the screen. And again, it's 50 units total. There are 2 entrances for ingress egress on Cheney. And then the mail kiosks will be in the front as well between the 2 entrances. And right now this plan shows 4 units that will be attached in each building. Of course, there is a playground, and the dumpster enclosures are at the south end of the project. And not much has changed in the last month or so with the layout, so no change there. And I believe there's no outstanding technical comments, so that completes the report.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? Mayor?
Mr. Logan, can you just clarify for me where that that mailbox kiosk is again? Your pointer went very quickly past that.
So it's right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other questions?
And then, do want to thank the engineer. I know you got me some elevations over on that, so thank you for that. With that, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. We have a second.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 11, Pride Truck Sales, addition of 49 parking spaces on 13.18 acres, requested by SEC Inc. Property located on Industrial Boulevard, tax map 14, part of parcel 5, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by 131 Industrial Boulevard Holding Corporation. Mr. Logan.
So this is the Pride Truck Sales project. They are requesting approval of a site plan for a new parking lot. And you can see there on the screen, this property is shaped sort of like a backward C. And it is right behind the pilot station near I-24. This project fronts industrial, but it is right behind the pilot. So this is the this is the pilot in front of the Pride Truck Sales. The parking lot would go roughly here. You can see the green roof is the existing office building. So in this area that's shown as grass would be the updated parking or new parking. So the zoning map, again, you can see the property outlined in the blue, and it is heavy industrial zoning. So that's the green building here, existing office building, and in this photo you can see the pilot canopy and gas station beyond their property.
That's the old ones also.
So this is the one they have paper copies for?
Yeah.
I believe.
So this is the applicant that provided paper copies. And this is the site plan shown on the screen. So the existing office building is shown here near the top of the image, and then the parking lot is laid out in front of that and all the way up to Industrial Boulevard. And that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. All technical items have been taken care of on this, sir?
Engineering utilities, yes, sir.
Everyone's happy? Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Mayor? Would you state your name and address for the record, sir?
John Miner with SEC, 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard, Murfreesboro.
Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Miner, was it worked out how to prevent trucks from pulling into this and parking? I actually just saw 2 days ago one parked right in front of, in the grass, right next to, right in front of the building, parking overnight. So,
Yeah, it appeared to have one parked in front when I came here today too. So it was definitely a concern, and that was a good comment on your part at workshop. They've agreed to put wrought iron fence basically around the entire parking area with gates at the access points with fire mechanisms to open for fire safety.
okay, and is that on the new plans? 'Cause,
Yes. It should be on the set that you got.
1.1, I don't see it.
1.1 is master plan. You won't really be able to see it. On sheet 2.0, so the next sheet, you should see an X dash line.
Say that one more time, what was that?
On sheet 2.0, there should be a line around it that looks like an X with lines connecting between them, and call out at the entrance.
Can you come up here and show me?
No, it's not on that hard copy.
Is there another version of the hard copy?
Bo, did you receive the second set that we submitted later?
Okay, John, if I could, because I do see a fence line, but it's not all the way around, it's just one place.
No, it's existing fence.
Yeah, so there's, no, this is the one I picked up and looked at yesterday.
The set that we sent PDFs on in hard copy Wednesday, have it.
Find anything, Mr. Coates?
Yeah, you have to go
Okay.
to.
Good enough. And we don't have a sample of it.
That one still says Industrial Boulevard, it has the old title on it.
The deadline was Monday, so, I mean, it's up to them. But they don't, I don't set the deadline, they do. It's up to them.
I'll explain after, but it is shown.
He sent an email, we were already in leadership training,
Around.
so I didn't even get it. He sent it at 7:06 p.m. one night. It's in my inbox. But, yeah, that's what I thought. They were all current. I don't know what he's got.
This one I told you, was just gonna post and update it after I put it in there.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be down here.
Is it one of those deals, where did you take out the old one?
Oh, that's existing.
It might be right after.
Same thing, it's dark.
Oh, okay, because again, that's the one that was submitted before workshop.
But it routes around, and then we have a call out at the entrance locations.
So we didn't get a submitted copy of that, did we?
Can you guys want to see this?
So we submitted Monday, and then we submitted another copy Wednesday.
Pass it down, Sean.
The Wednesday copy, they did agree to add the fencing. The Monday copy that I guess you guys have did not have it.
Was the Wednesday submitted via email or?
It was digital and a hard copy.
Did y'all not receive those?
Yeah, the email was sent at 7:06 p.m. Wednesday night. So I was probably in bed at my old age. And then we had leadership training all day Thursday. But I think all of that doesn't matter. The deadline's Monday, and people are supposed to submit on Monday. And this is what happens when people don't.
And I'm feeling slightly uncomfortable because I feel that as staff, it needs to be scrutinized and reviewed. So, yeah.
We don't have the ability, and neither would anybody in this room, to get 3 submittals on 3 different days. When people try to take vacation time and go to the doctor and people are out and have lives to live, that's why the deadline's Monday. And I've said enough about it.
We'll get through it.
I know that Graham probably shares my sentiment because he's told me before to follow the rules.
For a number of years, if it was not on time, it was
Not on time.
it's not on time. So on 2 notes. One, we really don't have a big hard copy in front of us. I feel it hasn't been scrutinized enough by staff, and we don't have a sample of the fencing, so, which is.
I did send the picture, but
Yeah.
either
So-
way, I mean,
so-
if I gotta come back from New York, I'll come back from New York. As
Well-
much as I love coming down here,
Can you
I'd
bring
like to
some
get this
pizza?
done. Pardon me?
Will you bring pizza?
Well, yeah, but we're trying to get that lot cleaned up. You can see the trucks are all in disarray up there.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
It
and-
does not look good. We want to get it secure so that we don't have people. We agreed to do the fencing because Mayor brought it up last time. It's a great idea. Pilot, they're in and out, they're in the back. We want to get it taken care of.
Yeah.
But it also will allow us to display the trucks in a nice fashion so it doesn't look like a hodgepodge and it actually looks like a business down there.
We just have to cover our tails because we've had instances where contingencies were given, contingencies weren't followed, and it went through a very lengthy court battle that really went nowhere. So
And we don't want to miss anything, and that's the biggest thing for yourselves and ourselves as a city, so, and I'll entertain a motion.
To defer, I'll make a
Motion to defer.
our second.
We have a motion to defer by Mr. Coates, we have a second by Mayor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We'll see you at workshop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 12, set bond amount for McCormick Place, map 14F, Group A, parcel 1.01, and tax map 14, parcels 36, 36.01, and 36.02, requested by Womble and Associates, PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
So this is a request to set the bond amount for McCormick Place. And McCormick's located on Bill Stewart Boulevard. And it is on PDR, of course. So for the submittal, the applicant, per the subdivision regulations, submitted 3 construction bids, which was an average plus the required 20% contingency, and a stamped estimate provided by the engineer. Bids came from 4-Star Paving, Gibbs Construction, and Sessions Paving Company, and the engineer's estimate comes to $123,000 total. And that completes the report. Thanks.
Well, and just as per Mr. Coach's comments, all 3 proposals have been properly signed now.
And staff is satisfied with that number?
Yes.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Appreciate the applicant getting the signatures. I know it's a pain, but it's just keeping us straight here.
I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to set the bond at $123,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 13, bonds and letters of credit. Ma'am, if you don't mind.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and Board. You guys should have the bond list in front of you. There are 2 that are expiring this month, but they are in process of renewing. We should get that either tomorrow or probably Friday. So that should do it.
Any questions or comments on that item? Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned.